Chapter 10:28. Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder was sent flying into the sky by Yi Tianyun's powerful kick. He had already increased his speed, but he still couldn't catch up with Yi Tianyun's speed, which made him furious. After Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder was kicked into the air, Yi Tianyun's figure flashed, and he once again rushed to Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder's back at an astonishing speed and kicked him hard. Thump! Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder was kicked down. While in midair, his body suddenly released thick lightning bolts that scattered in all directions. Thunder character formula, open for me. Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder roared, and a mark began to appear on the surface of his body. Then, with a whoosh sound, he dodged to the side like a bolt of lightning. His speed was several times faster than before. This amazing speed made many people exclaim. With this amazing speed, he easily dodged Yi Tianyun's attack. Although it was a bit embarrassing, the situation now was not as passive as before. Yunlei's thunder character formula has become more proficient. The Sky Thunder Region Lord was very satisfied with Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder's performance. Of course, in the world of martial arts, only speed is unbeatable. Young Lord Cloudy Thunder, with the most domineering speed, it should be no problem for you to win this round. The elders next to him began to flatter Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder like crazy. With amazing speed, he could naturally win the battle. That boy is a bit strange. His speed is unexpectedly fast. It's a bit unexpected. With Cloudy Thunder's situation, he should be able to win this round. The Sky Thunder Region Lord's eyes were cold, and then he turned to look at the Heavenly Mandate Region Lord, his eyes full of displeasure. He didn't expect that a deity region at the bottom would find such a genius, which made him feel very unhappy. As long as young Lord Yunlei uses the Heavenly Thunder Divine Region's thunder art, you'll definitely be able to win this round. No one in the same realm can surpass young Lord Yunlei's speed. The elder at the side continued to flatter him. That's right. If Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder still has the speed, then we will definitely win this round. The Sky Thunder Region Lord's eyes were full of fanaticism. His goal was very simple, to let Earth Lord Cloudy Thunder defeat Yi Tianyun so that he could join any deity region at will. Speed had always been the most respected. As long as one's speed was amazing enough, they would be invincible. Bang, bang, bang. Yi Tianyun kept rushing towards Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, using only his fists. He didn't use any other weapons. Other than that, he didn't use any weapons. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was able to easily block his concentrated attacks without any pressure at all. So this is the limit of your speed? You're really too slow, Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder mocked. It looked like he still had some extra speed that he hadn't used yet. Yi Tianyun's eyes flashed. He had given it his all, even using his Phoenix bloodline. Coupled with the acceleration from the ancient Desolate set, he had reached his limit. Who would have thought that Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder would still be able to block it? This was enough to show how terrifying Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder's speed was. In the past, with his current speed, he would definitely be able to kill them in an instant. But against Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, his speed could only be considered average. However, he wasn't too surprised by such an outcome. After all, speed was the other party's forte. As long as he exerted a little of it, he would be able to suppress the speed of most people. Is that so? How about this? Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold as he gave the order in his heart. Upgrade Phoenix Bloodline. Successfully deducted 5 million crazy points. Upgrade Phoenix Bloodline to 3rd grade. 3rd grade Phoenix Bloodline. Speed increased by 20 times. Fire power increased by 10 times. Buzz. The surging Phoenix power was released from his body, and a Phoenix shadow emerged from behind him, making his speed suddenly soar. Xiao! Yi Tianyun disappeared in front of Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, and in the next moment he appeared next to him and slapped him. Pa! Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder's head was slapped to the ground, and with a thump, his head hit the ground so hard that he almost fainted. What? Heavenly Thunder Domain, Lord stood up in shock. He saw Yi Tianyun's speed suddenly burst, and he was even faster than Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder used his true strength, but he was still defeated in a second. This speed can still be increased? Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder climbed up from the ground. His whole body was stunned, and there was a heavy slap mark on his face. He couldn't even react. He thought that Yi Tianyun's speed was the limit. Who knew that Yi Tianyin would surpass him in an instant and crush him with a stronger speed? Yi Tianyin didn't answer him, but answer him with action. In a flash, Yi Tianyin appeared in front of Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder again and slapped him. Pah! Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was slapped again. After so many times, the most he got was a flesh wound, not deep inside. To put it bluntly, it was a kind of humiliation. If he wanted to kill Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, he would have done it a long time ago. Anger's secret art, open. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder twisted in midair and slapped his chest, and the word anger appeared on his body, and his speed soared again. This time his speed increased more than 10 times. His whole body was covered with fine lightning, and even his blood vessels were covered with lightning. His eyes were filled with lightning, shooting out in all directions. It was as if he could turn into a bolt of divine lightning with a single glance. He can still increase his speed? Yi Tianyin looked at his situation. His combat power was soaring, but this was definitely similar to burning his essence blood, so he couldn't maintain it for too long. If there were no side effects, Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder would have used it a long time ago. I'll kill you. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was humiliated so many times, and this time he was completely furious. He thought that he could play around with Yi Tianyin, but he didn't expect that Yi Tianyin would be the one playing around with him. Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder didn't know what to do. Kaboom! Thick thunder clouds condensed in the sky, and lightning bolts kept striking down, buffing his body. This was the Fury's secret art. It was an extremely powerful divine art that he could currently control. Swoosh! His body twisted and turned into countless bolts of lightning that swept toward Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. It was impossible to tell which one was his real body. This speed was too fast, so fast that even the Lord of Heaven couldn't see it clearly. This was the talent of an invincible genius. Bang, bang, bang. In the blink of an eye, Earth Monarch Thundercloud threw a punch. It looked like one punch, but in reality, he had already thrown over 10,000 punches. Yi Tianyin quickly blocked the attack, but the dense lightning continued to pass through his palm and penetrate his body, scorching the surface of his body. Chapter 10:29. As expected of God's domain. There's so many geniuses here. Their various talents are astonishing, and the effect of their combination far surpasses ours. Yi Tianyin couldn't keep up with Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord's attacks, and his body started to get burnt. He has already used his Phoenix bloodline, but he still couldn't keep up with Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord. Originally, Phoenix bloodline was not a very powerful bloodline in divine domain, but because of its comprehensive strength, Yi Tianyin decided to use it. Especially after leveling up, the effect was even better. Based on the bloodlines of the 3 realms, even those of the Imperial clan would be completely crushed here. Go to hell! Cloud, Thunder, Earth Lord has entered into a frenzied state, and he is constantly smashing his fists with a ferocious expression. Looking at this situation, Nian Tsiyu's heart suddenly jumped. It seems that Yi Tianyin is completely suppressed, and if this continues, he will definitely lose. Don't compete with him in terms of speed. Just attack him directly. Nian Tsiyu can't wait to rush down and help Yi Tianyin. Sometimes, even if the speed is not as good as the opponent, as long as the opponent's strength is absolutely amazing, they can still defeat the opponent. Moreover, the range is locked here, so it's impossible to crush the opponent with a full-scale attack. However, Yi Tianyin didn't show any signs of pulling out his weapon. He was still blocking the attacks. If this continues, he will definitely lose. Yi Tianyun's body was burnt black, which is enough to prove that his situation is not ideal. Heavenly Thunder Realm Lord is very satisfied with Cloud Thunder Earth Lord's performance. Although I need to rest for a while, but all of this is worth it. As long as I can defeat that brat, everything will be settled. Yes, young Master Cloud Thunder Earth Lord's Raging Thunder Earth Lord is invincible in the same realm. Even Lord Tianqing and Earth Monarch may not have absolute confidence in taking it on. The elder beside him praised again. When they thought that Yi Tianyun is going to lose, Yi Tianyun smirked. Since you want to compete in speed, I will play with you. Anyway, I am going to level up my Phoenix bloodline, and speed is indeed a weakness. Phoenix bloodline level up. Ding. Successfully deducted 50 million crazy points. Phoenix bloodline level up to 4th grade. 4th grade Phoenix bloodline. The speed effect is increased by 40 times, and the effect of the flames is increased by 20 times. The next level requires 100 million crazy points. Creak, creak, creak! The cry of a phoenix soared into the sky from behind him. With a flash, Yi Tianyun disappeared from Cloud Thunder Earth Lord's sight. His speed was so shocking that even Cloud Thunder Earth Lord couldn't catch a glimpse of him. Pa, 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 pa! Countless slaps flew in his direction, causing Thundercloud Earth Lord's body to twist and turn. The frightening speed left him dumbfounded once again. He didn't know what was going on. He couldn't see anything and just kept being whipped. Scram, scram! Cloud Thunder Earth Lord roared and wanted to counterattack. Violent thunderbolts spread out in all directions, but it was useless. Yi Tianyun's strong defense blocked the thunderbolts. What he got in return was a slap that was covered in flames. Under the effect of the 20 times flame amplification, the power of the demonic flame was greatly increased. Even though the slap did not contain much power, it still managed to leave a flame mark on Cloud Thunder Earth Lord's body. Cloud Thunder Earth Lord felt a burst of pain, but when he tried to counterattack, he missed. He had already used all his strength, but he still couldn't catch up with Yi Tianyun's speed. Even if he burned his blood essence, it was useless. He could only see an afterimage in front of him. He couldn't see where he was going. This scene stunned many people. They also couldn't see Yi Tianyun's figure, but they knew that Yi Tianyun's speed was much faster than Cloud Thunder Earth Lord's. Most of the Lord of Heaven couldn't see Yi Tianyun's speed at all. Terrifying speed. This is what it means to be undefeatable. The key is that Yi Tianyun continued to play around. As if he didn't care about the energy, he kept whipping Cloud Thunder Earth Lord, making him like a rubber ball, constantly twisting in the air. Just as he was whipped down, Yi Tianyun appeared below him, and then ruthlessly whipped Cloud Thunder Earth Lord, sending him flying again. He hung Cloud Thunder Earth Lord up and beat him until he couldn't even fight back. His speed can be even faster. How did he do it? The Heavenly Thunder Territory Lord was shocked. He originally thought that Cloud Thunder Earth Lord was in the bag, but now he was completely defeated. Yi Tianyun's speed was comparable to that of an invincible speed, defeating the speed that Cloud Thunder Earth Lord was most proud of. The most direct way to defeat a person was to use greater strength to defeat the opponent's specialty. If the opponent was most proud of the specialty, then use greater strength to defeat the opponent's pride. This would definitely make the opponent feel depressed for a long time, and it might even create a lingering heart demon. While being beaten, Cloud Thunder Earth Lord wanted to retreat. He quickly took out his weapon and swung it around, but it was useless. He couldn't hit Yi Tianyun at all. Didn't we agree that weapons aren't allowed? Looks like you broke the rules. Of course. I didn't expect you to follow the rules. Yi Tianyun gave him another slap, sending his weapon flying. He couldn't even use his weapon and was sent flying. Next, Earthly Lord Cloud Thunder attempted to flee. However, after flying for a short distance, he was pulled back. You want to leave? What's the rush? Let's play more. Yi Tianyun's strength grew stronger and stronger, and the flame imprints continuously entered Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord's body. The surface of his body was already charred black. It was a lot darker than the ones he had been injured by the lightning before. I surrender. I admit defeat. Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord began to beg for mercy. He didn't want to die here. If he died, everything would be gone. He was a super genius of the Heavenly Thunder territory. Even if he lost, he could still become a territory lord in the future. If he died, he wouldn't even be a guard, let alone a territory lord. He didn't want his life to end like this, so he could only put down his pride and beg for mercy. Don't worry, I won't kill you. Yi Tianyun smiled slightly. He quickly slapped a few times on Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord's body. Every slap contained a terrifying power that continuously surged into Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord's body. Just as Thundercloud, Earth Lord, was on the verge of death, Lucia viciously slapped him with his palm. Bang! Thundercloud, Earth Lord, was sent flying through the barrier and fell outside. After falling to the ground, the deacon at the side quickly came over to treat him. He discovered that Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord still had a breath left. It was similar to Ling Yunfeng's situation. If he didn't receive help in time, he would definitely die. I'll kill you when you get out of here. Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord didn't forget to threaten Ling Yun when he was about to faint. Boom! Suddenly, Cloud, Thunder, Earth, Lord exploded, turning into a cloud of blood mist that drifted with the wind. He couldn't be more dead. Chapter 1030. As Earth, Lord, Cloud, Thunder exploded, a long tongue of flame shot into the sky. The flames buried in his body were completely released, turning into a flaming tornado that swept into the sky. Fortunately, the deacon reacted in time and was almost burned. Of course, no matter how they burned, they would not be burned to death. After all, they were at the level of the Lord of Heaven, and the power of the flames was not very strong. However, Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder's death had enraged the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord. What the hell are you doing? Cloud Thunder already surrendered, so why did you kill him? Heaven Lightning Region Lord was furious. Earthly Monarch Cloud Thunder was his son, so how could he not be furious? I didn't kill him, but he was too angry, causing the flames in his body to go out of control. If you don't get so angry, you'll be fine. You'll expel it bit by bit. Yi Tianyun shrugged. Every one of his palms contained flames, and as the attacks continued, more and more flames gathered inside Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder. He was like a ticking time bomb. As for how it would explode, that would depend on Earth Lord Cloud Thunder. If Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was enraged, he would become the fuse and detonate the bomb. It was clear that Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder had been begging for mercy, and his killing intent had been roused before he fainted. This was undoubtedly walking towards death. If he wasn't angry, then there wouldn't be any problems. But once he was enraged, he would die without a doubt. In the end, Yi Tianyun did it on purpose. Just like Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder, he spared Cloud Soaring Peak's life and left a flame in his body. If Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder was ruthless, then he would be even more ruthless. Of course, there was still a sliver of hope, and that was if Earth Lord Cloud Thunder didn't get angry. Clearly, he was angry and had even threatened to kill Yi Tianyun once he got out. It would be hard not to die. Yi Tianyun was very happy to see this happen. Bullshit! If you hadn't injected the flames into his body, how could this have happened? The Sky Thunder Region Lord flew down from his seat and directly entered the arena. How could he not explode when his own son was killed? Logically speaking, he shouldn't be able to enter the deity battle arena. Undoubtedly, he had already violated the rules. The elders at the side couldn't even stop him before he flew down. Domain Lord, calm down, calm down. The elders of the Heavenly Thunder Domain hurriedly flew down and advised the Heavenly Thunder Domain Lord not to be too impulsive. How do you expect me to calm down now? The Heavenly Thunder ruler's eyes were red, and the power of the heavenly thunder in his body was about to be released. This is against the rules. If this continues, we will be punished. The elder wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. He had also experienced how much of an impact the death of Earth Monarch Cloud Thunder would have on the Heavenly Thunder domain, especially when he was the son of the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord, their young lord. Heavenly Thunder Region Lord, are you trying to break the rules? Elder Go Huang's dissatisfied voice pressed down from the sky, bringing with it a wave of cold air that blew over, causing the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord's heart to turn cold, and he immediately sobered up. Elder Go Huang, I just want to say that he violated the rules. Yun Lei was clearly eliminated, so how could he still kill him? The Sky Thunder Region Lord had calmed down, but he was still extremely angry. I already said he didn't kill him. It's just that there's a bit of fire in his body, and if he gets a little angry, he'll release it. Don't tell me he's not as powerful as I am, attacking without leaving a trace in front of so many people? Yi Tianyan looked at him and sneered. Earth Monarch Tianyan is right. We were all watching from the side, and he didn't make a move, so it's not against the rules. I'll give you one last chance. Please leave the stage immediately, or else you will be punished with expulsion. Elder Go Huang was extremely strict. Rules were rules, especially when Yi Tianyan didn't violate the rules. Could it be that the 5 elders were all blind and couldn't see anything? Yes. The Heavenly Thunder Region Lord shot a resentful look at Yi Tianyan before flying back to his original position. Yi Tianyan wasn't afraid of provoking these domain lords. In any case, he was barefooted here. Barefooted people weren't afraid of wearing shoes. So what was there for him to worry about? Moreover, now that he had entered a Grade 2 God realm, why would he be afraid of the Heavenly Thunder Region Lord? If they really sent people to assassinate him, then he would be very happy to accept them all. These were all experience points. At the same time, he would ruthlessly patronize the Heavenly Thunder Divine Region and let them know who they had provoked. After this episode, everyone looked at each other. They had to say that Yi Tianyan was really ruthless. They didn't expect that Yi Tianyan would dare to do this. He really didn't show any mercy when he said he would kill. Yi Tianyan didn't pay attention to everyone's gazes. When he turned his head to look at Morong Xiao, he found that Morong Xiao had been beaten back again and again. It seemed that he was going to lose. It seems that I can only stop at the top 15. Yi Tianyan shook his head. This was already quite amazing for Morong Xiao. Even with the divine wood body and the cultivation of the 7th refinement Earth Monarch, he could only be considered to be above average here, not extremely strong. It was already very good to be able to fight into the top 30. As for Earth Monarch Te Go and Earth Monarch Tianqing, Earth Monarch Te Ji's battle had already ended. As for Earth Monarch Te Ge, he was still fighting. It seemed that he was locked in a stalemate with his opponent, and it seemed like he would lose at any time. This trick again. Is he deliberately hiding his strength so that he can counterattack when the time comes? Yi Tianyan knew that Earth Monarch Te Go was hiding his strength. The appraisal I had roughly revealed Earth Monarch Te Ge's situation. It seemed that they were locked in a stalemate, but in fact his battle strength was 2 levels higher than his opponent. It was just that he controlled his strength very well, and the aura he released was relatively stable, as if it was real. If he didn't have the appraisal eye, he would have really been fooled. Although he knew that the other party was hiding his strength, he didn't know why. No matter why, he definitely didn't come with good intentions and had some purpose. This was the same as Earth Monarch Tianqing, who had some special purpose. It made him feel that this ascending battle of the divine realm was not normal. Could it be that there is some kind of disturbance? Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. He felt that it was not as simple as it seemed. He even had a bad feeling about it. He didn't think too much about it. Maybe it was just his imagination, and it was not that bad. Moreover, there were 5 powerful elders here, so what else could happen? He immediately sat down to meditate to recover his energy. Soon, Morong Xiao was defeated, and he stopped in the top 15. Of course, his situation was better, and he didn't suffer any serious injuries. Sigh, I lost. I thought I could fight my way into the top 15. Next time, I will definitely fight my way into the top 10. Murong Xiao came over angrily and sat down next to Yi Tianyan. I don't think there will be a next time. It is very likely that you will be chosen. Elder Lu Yu is quite interested in you. Yi Tianyan looked at Elder Lu Yu, who also had a wood attribute body. Chapter 1031. Hearing Yi Tianyan's words, Murong Xiao subconsciously looked to the side and found that Elder Lu Yu was also looking at her with interest. It was obvious that she had a high chance of being chosen. Even if she was eliminated, she still had a chance. After all, being in the top 30 was not a bad result, especially since she still had a lot of potential. She would definitely be stronger if she was strengthened a little. If I'm not chosen, you have to make it up to me. Murong Xiao looked at Yi Tianyan and wrinkled her nose. How do you want me to make it up to you? Yi Tianyan smiled. Murong Xiao rolled her eyes and smiled. I haven't thought about it yet. Let's talk about it when I'm not chosen. Yi Tianyan shook his head with a smile and didn't say much. Soon, Earth Lord Taego won the round. It looked like he had won by a narrow margin. His acting was more convincing than real. The surrounding people began to talk about Earth Lord Taego. They said that he had almost lost, but in the end he won the round and made it to the top 15. This round has come to an end. After resting for 3 days, we will proceed to the next round. Elder Go Huang nodded after seeing that everyone had finished their battles. 3 days later, everyone's mental state had recovered. Next, it's the battle to decide the top 10. When Elder Go Huang announced, the remaining 16 people's eyes were filled with enthusiasm. If they could make it to the top 10, it meant that they could enter the 5 major divine realms. Therefore, this was the most crucial battle. If they won, they would make it to the top 8. This meant that there were still 2 spots left. The remaining 8 people would continue to fight to decide the last 2 places. This meant that even if they lost, they still had a chance. Then, let's choose our opponents. Elder Go Huang stretched out his hand and tossed. Just like before, 16 tokens fell from the sky and landed in their palms. 7th, Yi Tianyan looked at the token in his hand and looked up. It wasn't Earth Lord Tianqing or Earth Lord Taego, but someone else. His opponent was also looking at him, his eyes filled with fighting spirit. Following the 2 of them into the arena, the opponent smiled and said, Earthly Monarch Tianyan, it's my honor to meet you in this round. What's the honor? Is it because you can imitate my moves? Yi Tianyan's expression was indifferent. This was the first time he was fighting with this Earth Monarch, and there was no friction between them. However, he had observed this Earth Monarch magic eye in front of him. His name was only 1 word different from Earth Monarch Demon Eye. However, the difference between their abilities was like heaven and earth. The Magic Eye Earth Monarch's main ability was imitation. As long as he saw something, there was nothing that he couldn't imitate. It might not be able to imitate all of the abilities, but if it could imitate at least 80 to 90% of them, it would definitely be at a heaven-defying level. Correct your mistake. What I'm doing is not imitation, but absorbing the essence. The Earth Monarch Magic Eye smiled. He looked like a nice guy, but he would use the most disgusting method to defeat his opponent. That was to use what he had learned on the spot, imitating the moves that his opponent was proud of, and then defeating his opponent. As for whether or not he had any original moves, he definitely did. It was just that there were only a handful of people who could force him to use his original moves. Just by imitating the opponent's moves was enough to defeat his opponent. Then, why not hide his own moves? That way, he would have another trump card. Absorbing essence. Yi Tianyan shook his head. Imitating someone else's moves and saying it in such a grand manner was really shameless. Of course, this wasn't a particularly shameless ability. After all, this was his ability. To be able to understand his opponent's moves with just a few glances, This was definitely a super innate ability. Although it wasn't shameless, it was just a little disgusting. For example, the martial arts that he had painstakingly cultivated, or the martial arts that he had spent a lot of money to purchase for cultivation, were easily imitated by his opponent. One could imagine how he felt. In particular, some of his top-notch martial arts that weren't passed on to others would be learned. This was why the Earth Monarch magic eye was so terrifying. He was a super genius. Sure enough, there were countless geniuses in the deity territory, and the Earth Monarch magic eye was one of them. From the start until now, he hadn't displayed his strongest strength, and he had easily entered the top 16. If that's the case, why don't you give it a try? Tianyan smiled. Let's see if you can imitate all of my moves. Earth Monarch Tianyan, from your previous battles, I can see that you only rely on two things, strength and speed. You really don't have any special moves. However, there's one move that I quite like, and that's this move. The Earth Monarch magic, I smiled. Suddenly, his body emitted a black light, and in the next moment, he turned into a demon god. He immediately grew 2 to 3 times bigger, and his body was surrounded by black flames. It looked like his transformation was actually 8 to 9 levels of demon god. Interesting. Tianyun's eyes lit up, and he sized up the Earth Monarch magic eye. He could actually imitate his transformation. He didn't even fight with him, and he had already learned it. Of course, his transformation was completely based on the effects of his equipment. This effect was actually a type of martial arts, and it wasn't a problem for him to learn it. It was just that the effects looked like heaven and earth. After all, the transformation was only one of the effects of the demon god set. The truly overbearing effect was still the effects of the set. The transformation was just a supplementary effect, and when he didn't transform, he still had the overbearing effects of the equipment. This was something that the Earth Monarch magic I couldn't imitate no matter what. I quite like this transformation move. It can increase the effects of my attacks by quite a lot. This type of martial arts is quite rare, and thank you for appearing. I have another good martial arts. The Earth Monarch magic, I smiled. This looked as overbearing and full of strength as Tianyan previously. When Nian Xiu and the rest saw this, their faces turned solemn. This Earth Monarch magic eye is too disgusting. He always stealthily learns other people's moves. Nian Xiu was a little angry. She had painstakingly cultivated, but the other party had learned it in the blink of an eye. Although he didn't learn all the essence, it was enough to make people feel disgusted. This is his talent, a kind of talent that he was born with. The Earth Monarch magic eye has had this pair of magic eyes since he was young, and he can learn any martial arts with just one look, and he doesn't need to cultivate much. He is really a super genius. The Heavenly Mandate region, Lord, shook his head. The world was big, and there were all kinds of strange things. The Earth Monarch magic eye was just one of the geniuses, and there are even more extraordinary geniuses, such as Earth Monarch Sky Crystal. I don't believe that this imitator can imitate all of Tianyun's abilities. Can he imitate speed and strength? Nian Xiu said angrily. He can. The Heavenly Mandate region, Lord sighed and said, the scariest thing about him is actually this, whether it is martial arts or even his opponent's abilities, he can imitate them. Chapter 1032. The Magic Eye Earth Emperor is so terrifying, but why is his ranking not very high? Nian Xiu was full of doubts. The Magic Eye Earth Emperor had only been in the top 10 before. This ranking was not bad, but it was not very eye-catching. Could he be stronger than Lei Yun and the others? The ranking does not determine everything. The Magic Eye Earth Emperor is still rather low-key. Moreover, his score in the first round was not that bad. There's no need for him to fight for anything. For him, the real thrill is fighting. The Heavenly Mandate region, Lord said in a low voice. I heard that his mind is somewhat twisted. He has always liked to defeat his opponents in ways that they are extremely proud of in order to gain pleasure. Therefore, he was just playing around in the previous rounds. How could he be interested in them? The thoughts of a genius are not easy to understand. He likes this and has no interest in anything else. Nien, Psiu was silent, looking at the confrontation between the two of them. She could only nod silently to show her agreement. After the magic Eye Earth Emperor transformed into an evil demon, he walked towards Yi Tianyin step by step. At the same time he smiled and said, "What other moves do you have? Just show me. I have never seen any moves in my life. There is no way for me to learn them. They are too simple. There is no difficulty at all." His eyes were full of contempt. It was contempt for the world. It was as if he was the strongest genius. No moves or martial arts were a problem for him. He had everything at his fingertips. He could learn whatever he wanted to learn immediately. His journey had been too smooth. Then let's try this move. Yi Tianyin didn't waste any more time. He stomped on the ground and rushed towards the magic Eye Earth Monarch with his fist. Boom! Yi Tianyin punched the magic Eye Earth Monarch violently. The Earth Emperor magic Eye also rushed over and swung his fists in the same direction. Boom! The two fists collided and the two were bounced back at the same time. However, the magic Eye Earth Emperor was slightly weaker. His strength was not as strong as Yi Tianyin's. Your strength is not bad. Yi Tianyin squinted his eyes. He had thought that the magic Eye Earth Lord was merely imitating his strength. He had not expected it to be so strong. It should be said that it had even imitated his own strength. You're really strong. I almost couldn't move my body. However, isn't your speed the thing you're most proud of? The magic Eye Earth Emperor waved his hand and revealed a cunning smile. In the next moment, the shadow of a phoenix emerged from his back. With a whoosh sound, he disappeared from where he stood and dashed towards Yi Tianyin at an extremely fast speed. His speed was almost the same as Yi Tianyin's, and it was even gradually surpassing him. The main reason was that other than the power of the phoenix, the Earth Monarch magic, I also carried the martial arts of other powerhouses. When all of them were stacked together, the fusion effect was even stronger. Ha ha ha! This strength and speed are indeed astonishing. Coupled with the rock martial arts that I've learned before, the speed of the two can even be combined. Earth Monarch magic, I was indeed a genius. He could even fuse the martial arts of other cultivators into it. Although it was a fusion, there was no doubt that he was still using the other person's martial arts to fight. In an instant, the magic Eye Earth Emperor rushed to the side of Yi Tianyin. He waved an attack that was imbued with black flames, trying to burn him to death with the black flames. Letting Yi Tianyin die by his own move was really a mockery. Yi Tianyin's eyes flashed. He turned his leg around and kicked with all his might. The ancient Set and Dragon God bloodline were all unleashed, and they were stacked with the heaven trembling technique. With a boom, the Earth Monarch magic Eye was sent flying. After tumbling a few times in the air, a wave of energy was released from his body. It transformed into a giant rock in the air and stopped flying. However, a large part of his body caved in from the impact. As his eyes flashed, the shadow of a giant tree appeared behind him. Surging vitality began to continuously heal his injuries. He wasn't using his moves randomly. He was using them in a way that he needed to, and he had gathered them into one body. Moreover, he was using them very smoothly. This was the level of a genius. The Earth Monarch magic, I was indeed a genius. He had mastered all the moves. This was a true genius. If he simply imitated without mastering it, he would only be considered an average genius. Only those who knew how to use their moves were considered a true genius. Learn my moves. Yi Tianyin laughed. Then let's see how many moves you can learn. Chapter 1033. Get down from me. Yi Tianyin ruthlessly smashed down with a spear. Both of their heaven's fury, art, collided. Boom! Magic, Eye Earth Lord was smashed into the ground. The spear in his hand was sent flying, and he could not even hold it properly. Magic I Earth Lord was dizzy from the impact. He felt as though his hand had almost been broken. His hand that was holding the spear was trembling. That overbearing strength was something that his body could not bear. Your physique is too weak. Even if you can learn other people's moves, imitating them is too strenuous. You are very strong, but your shortcomings are also very obvious. You focus too much on imitating others' moves, but you do not have a good foundation. What's the use of just learning techniques? Eteonyan walked towards Magic I Earth Lord step by step. His words pointed out Magic I Earth Lord's biggest weakness. Actually, this was not a big weakness. If his body could keep up, he would be able to crush his opponent. But compared to Eteonyan, the difference was too big. Eteonyan increased his strength slightly, and Magic I Earth Lord could not keep up. But the main thing was that Eteonyan did not have any shortcomings. He had speed and strength. If his speed was not fast, Magic I Earth Lord could use some moves that increased his speed to surround him. He would indeed be undefeatable. Unfortunately, he met Eteonyan. I can learn all your moves. As long as I can master all your moves, I can break through everything. Magic I Earth Lord roared. His eyes flickered with anger, but most of it was humiliation. He had always been the one toying with others. Now, it was Eteonyan's turn to crush him. He felt extremely humiliated. In the next moment, Magic I Earth Lord waved all his attacks. Several phantoms appeared in the void. Not only were there Kuin Pung phantoms, there were also giant tree phantoms and incomparably powerful giant rock phantoms. He had mastered many powers that were even stronger than Eteonyan. For example, the Kuin Peng shadow was faster than the Phoenix's shadow by a level, and it was even faster than Eteonyan. The giant tree shadow could use softness to overcome hardness. It could entangle Eteonyan's attacks, rendering them ineffective. The giant rock phantom could increase his defensive power to an astonishing degree, allowing him to resist even stronger attacks and even increase his own strength. This was a targeted enhancement. When he was unable to suppress his opponent, he would use an even more powerful attack to defeat his opponent. This was a very simple and crude method. If you used an astonishing speed, I will use an even faster speed to counterattack. It was that simple. It's just a futile struggle. Eteonyan shook his head and gripped the heavenly divine spear in his hand tightly. His eyes flickered with a sharp light. In the next instant, he transformed into an evil fiend celestial. A black light shot out, regardless of speed or strength. He far surpassed the demonic I Earth Monarch. This was his super strong foundation. With a strong foundation, the power that he could unleash would be the strongest. Otherwise, if he couldn't unleash his powerful martial arts, he would just be a pile of trash. Boom! The demonic I Earth Monarch was hit by his attack and fell from the sky like a meteorite. After he hit the ground, he bounced a few times, causing him to spit out blood. The real difference in strength was immediately revealed. You used the right technique, but your foundation is too weak. Go back and train for a few more years before coming back. Eteonyan admired geniuses like him. After all, he had amazing talent and a higher starting point than others. However, it was easy for him to become arrogant if he was too talented. The demonic I Earth Monarch's life was too smooth, so he didn't care about anything and didn't focus too much on one martial art. If it was too messy and he wasn't proficient enough, it wouldn't be meaningful. Eteonyan had many martial arts, but he didn't use some of them. The main reason was that he wanted quality martial arts, and he wanted to cultivate the quality martial arts to the extreme. That was enough for him. As for bloodlines, the more the better, so he didn't care about them. Ha ha ha. The demonic I Earth Monarch couldn't stop laughing. He got up from the ground and said with a twisted face, "You mortals, how dare you teach us a lesson? It seems like if I don't show you what I'm capable of, you all think that you can step on me." The demonic I Earth Monarch's eyes started to emit a red glow that contained a shocking power of heaven and earth. The terrifying power was stacked layer by layer into his body. The moves were still the same as before, but this time he had fused many upper-grade reincarnation-level martial arts into it. Layers of shadows appeared behind him. He didn't know which martial art was the demonic, Earth Monarch family's martial art. Actually, this wasn't important. To him, as long as it was a good martial art, he should use it and stack it on his body to achieve his goal of strengthening himself. This goal was quite effective. With the support of the demonic Earth Monarch, his combat power skyrocketed and became stronger. However, in Yi Tianyin's opinion, it was too messy. However, this power was indeed shocking. If he had such an ability, he could indeed use it this way. With continuous support, he could indeed obtain stronger power. This was the simplest and most violent method. However, he was secretly learning other people's martial arts. This meant that the martial arts contained within would be flawed. This talent didn't mean that he could completely master it. It was easy for him to go berserk. Mortals die. The demonic Earth Monarch roared and pounced towards Yi Tianyin. Countless shadows appeared behind him and enveloped the arena. The sky was filled with shadows, and it looked terrifying. Yi Tianyin looked up and saw the demonic Earth Monarch pouncing towards him. He didn't even move. So many shadows. How many martial arts did this guy learn? It's so scary. I saw a lot of amazing clan protection martial arts being learned by him. It seems like anyone who is his opponent will be secretly learning it. Yeah, this is too despicable. If only I had this ability, how good would it be? The crowd was extremely envious. Previously, they had felt disgusted and disgusted. However, deep in their hearts, they wanted to have such martial arts. After all, this talent was too amazing. What martial arts couldn't be taken away by them? Extreme radiance. Yi Tianyin's eyes turned cold. Holding the celestial spear, he gently lifted it and aimed at one of the spots. It turned into a cold light and pierced through. A cold light flashed and turned into an extreme point that pierced through. There weren't any fancy moves. The demonic Earth Monarch only saw cold light piercing through. Although he could see it, the moment he saw it, it was already too late. He felt a sharp pain in his chest. Following that, his entire body flew out and fell rapidly from the sky. Chapter 1034. I've lost. Earth Lord Magic Eye's pupils constricted and gradually turned white. His eyes started to lose focus. He felt a terrifying force fiercely pouring into his body. Then it quickly spread throughout his body. Before he could react, he felt that he had lost connection with his body. You have many techniques, but they are not refined enough and there are many loopholes. All I need to do is to target one of your loopholes, and all the techniques will be meaningless. Yi Tianyin walked down from the stage with a calm expression. His explosive power was not very terrifying, but the key was that he saw the loophole in Earth Lord Magic Eye's attacks. After finding the loophole, he aimed at the loophole and attacked it fiercely. The dazzling techniques were actually just paper tigers, breaking it with a single poke, defeating him effortlessly without any pressure at all. It turns out that the thing that I've always been proud of has become my weakness. The eyes of the magic, Earth Lord started to tear up. This was the first time in his life that he tasted defeat. Then he slowly crawled up and started to recover his body. That's not a shortcoming. You're just too proud. You think you can take on any kind of technique, and you think you've mastered it. In reality, you've only mastered it to the 8th level. The remaining 2 levels are your fatal weaknesses. Once you find the flaw in the attack, you will definitely suffer a crushing defeat. Yi Tianyin took some time to find the loophole. It was not easy to find. If it was so easy to find, Earth Lord Magic, I would have been defeated long ago. After a long period of battle, Yi Tianyin had gradually familiarized himself with battle techniques and was even more proficient in finding the loophole. Only by finding the loophole could he find the fatal weakness. I see. Earth Lord Magic, I shook his head and his eyes were filled with disappointment. No wonder. Even if someone told me that, I would not believe it. Earth Lord Tianyin, thank you. I have lost. He did not despair, nor was he angry. Instead, he calmed down and realized his mistake. This was something that Tianyin admired. This was the magnanimity that a true genius should have. No one's life was truly smooth sailing. The most frightening thing was to not be willing to get up after falling down. Even more so, they were unwilling to recognize their own problems and would blame others for their mistakes. Such people would never improve. At least Earth, Lord Magic, I had woken up. There is nothing to thank me for. It was just a normal battle. Tianyin smiled. Earth, Lord Magic, I stood up shakily and cupped his fists. I have to thank you, Earth, Lord Tianyin. I hope that Earth, Lord Tianyin can achieve a better result in the following battles. If you have time, I welcome you to my god domain as a guest, and I will definitely treat you as an honored guest. If I have time, I will. Tianyin said with a smile. When the time comes, I hope I can continue to spar with Earth, Lord Tianyin. You're the first human I've ever seen to be so powerful. I take back my previous arrogance and ignorance. I hope that Earthly Monarch Tianyin can forgive my rude words. Earthly Monarch Magic, I actually apologized. This was very rare. There is no doubt that Tianyin has helped him a lot, and that's why he let go of everything. You did not say anything wrong. What you did was not wrong in the first place. Your talent is here, and it is not a bad thing to make use of it. If Earth Lord Magic Eye's words had really angered him, he would not be standing here alive. Earth Lord Magic Eye was arrogant and thought that martial arts could be learned easily. That was why he did not take others seriously. As for other things, he did not say anything. Moreover, he would not fight an opponent who was sincerely apologizing. This was especially true when Earth Monarch Magic Eye's favorability of him had soared to 150. This meant that the Earth Monarch Magic Eye's apology was sincere. Thank you for your understanding, Earth Lord Tianyin. Earth Lord Magic Eye was grateful, and his eyes were filled with fighting intent. I hope I can defeat you next time. Before that, I hope you will not lose to anyone. Don't worry. It is not that easy to defeat me. Tianyin smiled. If someone wanted to defeat him, they would have to be many levels higher than him. Earth Lord Magic Eye immediately went to treat his wounds. He still had another battle. When he looked at the people from the Heavenly Mandate Sacred Region, they all cheered excitedly. He had already made it to the top 8, which meant that if he continued, he would be able to make it to the top 4. Although it was already a foregone conclusion that he would be selected for them, this was the time to prove Tianyin's strength, who said that having achievements in the previous stages did not mean that one would not have an advantage in battles. Now that he had easily made it to the top 10, it was enough to look down on everyone. Even if Tianyin did not make it to the top 3 or first place, he had already proved that he was not weak. All those who had looked down on Tianyin for being a human shut their mouths now. It was not embarrassing if he lost to other contestants later on. Making it to the top 10 among hundreds of thousands of geniuses was not a feat. To put it bluntly, if anyone doubted his strength, they could come down and make it to the top 10 too. Top 10. No one has ever made it to the top 10, right? The Heavenly Mandate Region Lord was so excited that his hands were trembling. Yes, no one has ever made it to the top 10. Nian Xiu was also very excited. Every time they thought that Tianyin would lose, he would give them the biggest surprise in the end. This kind of feeling made them jump up and down. It was so exciting that they almost had a heart attack. Have they all finished their battles? Tianyin looked at Tianqing and Earthly Lord. Without exception, they had all made it to the next round easily. When he looked at Tianqing, Earthly Lord also looked at him with a slight smile, as if he did not care about all this. If Magic Eye Earth Lord was arrogant, then Tianqing was beyond the secular world, as if he did not care about these things at all. Congratulations on making it to the next round. I wonder if your next opponent will be you? Tianqing smiled and said, I don't think so. They will not arrange it like this, Yi Tianyin said calmly. I think so, but I think you will meet him first, Tianqing said with a smile. Don't lose. I was not looking forward to it at first, but now I am looking forward to it. Is that so? That's my honor, Yi Tianyin said. Yes, it is indeed your honor, Tianqing replied. Yi Tianyun's face twitched. This woman was really arrogant, just a little flattery, and she immediately took advantage of the situation. However, Earth Lord Tianqing did give him a very dangerous feeling, much more dangerous than Earth Lord Tej. Chapter 1035. The battle ended quickly. The number of contestants was quickly reduced, but this had nothing to do with Yi Tianyin. After all, he had already passed. What he needed to focus on was who his next opponent would be. The further he went, the scarier his opponent would be. The 5 elders continued to discuss who their next opponent would be. As the referees here, they had to clearly see who was stronger. They tried not to let them meet each other, or they would be eliminated from the beginning. For example, the first battle would be between Yi Tianyin and Earth Lord Tianqing. No matter what, one of them would lose. If Yi Tianyin loses at that time, it will definitely be unfair. Yi Tianyin would be eliminated immediately, which was not in line with the rules. There was nothing exciting about it. He could have been in the top 3, but now he was at the bottom. Therefore, they were the main judges. Most of the time, they would not make a wrong judgment. Only in a few cases would they make a wrong judgment. For example, they thought that Yi Tianyun's cultivation was about the same as demon-eyed Earth Lord's. Who knew that he would be crushed? As for Earth Lord Tianqing, they arranged the weakest for her. This was not cheating, but because Earth Lord Tianqing was too strong. No matter what they arranged, she would definitely lose. Just the ability of the holy flame was enough to show disdain for everyone. Therefore, they could only send the weakest as cannon fodder, or directly advance. When there were not enough people, they could directly advance. There was no need for her to fight. If Yi Tianyin had used his extremely violent ability before, he would have been treated the same way. But on the surface, he was still relatively low-key and did not show too much power. With his outburst, the 5 elders realized that they had made a wrong judgment. But it was too late, and now it was the end. Of course, they did not make too many mistakes. At least those who could reach the end were real geniuses. It was just that most of the top 10 in the number of tokens in the first round were not in the top 10 now. It had to be said that the real time to show off one's strength was in the battles. Now, those who were left were the most dazzling contestants. They had fought their way out of so many competitions. The region lords who had these contestants were all flushed with excitement. This was the time when they were the most excited. As for the participants, they were all recovering quickly and didn't have the time to care about these things. After all, they still had to continue fighting, and the opponents they would face would be even more monstrous. The last person the top 8 wanted to meet was Tianqing, a terrifying woman. It would have been fine if it was a man, but it just had to be a woman, making the group of men lose face. Even in the later stages, the opponents of Heavenly Lord and Earthly Lord were killed in 1 or 2 moves. Their terrifying power made people feel fear. 3 days later, most of the participants had basically recovered. In this deity battle arena, they could increase their recovery speed. Coupled with recovery elixirs, they could recover even faster. Unless it was an injury that was difficult to recover from quickly, 3 days would be enough. If they did not recover after 3 days, they would be forced to play. This was the rule, and no one was an exception. He wouldn't wait for them to fully recover before letting them go on stage. Now, let's announce your next opponent. Elder Go Huang and the others finally finished their discussion. They had been discussing for 3 whole days. Everyone could see the 5 elders huddled together, discussing how to arrange opponents for them. This had never happened before, which was enough to show how serious they were. After all, Everyone present was quite talented. They needed to establish a fair rule among the sacred territories to convince the masses. Elder Go Huang then threw out 8 rays of light that enveloped them. Soon, each of them had a token in their hands with a number on it. Number 7. Yi Tianyin narrowed his eyes and looked up. It wasn't Tianqing, Earthly Lord, or Earth Lord Tegu who was looking at him, but Earth Lord Yuhua. Earth Lord Yuhua! Yi Tianyin looked at Earth Lord Yuhua. He was a 7th refined Earth Lord, and he kept a low profile. He wasn't at the top of the rankings. For example, he hadn't made it to the top 10 in the first round, and was only in the top 20. In the second round, he had only lasted until the 7th round before losing, which was a decent result. All in all, he was a decent opponent. But absolutely no one would have thought that Earth Lord Yuhua, who was above average, would make it to the top 8. It felt like he had suddenly made it to the top. It was so sudden that it exceeded everyone's expectations. Earth Lord Yuhua looked rather ordinary. Both his appearance and temperament were mediocre. This didn't mean that he was weak. It was very likely that he was walking the path of mediocrity. He didn't stand out at all, which was why he was so terrifying. His overall strength isn't bad. It's quite interesting that he could make it to the top 8. Yi Tianyin hadn't paid much attention to Earth Lord Yuhua before. Or rather, the aura that Earth Lord Yuhua had displayed made it easy for others to ignore him, as if he didn't exist. Only when he had made it to the top did everyone realize that there was such a person. The two of them looked at each other after going up, but neither made a move. Earth Lord Tianyin, please give me some pointers. Earth Lord Yuhua cupped his hands. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, and there was nothing special about his voice. It felt very ordinary. However, if one treated him as an ordinary opponent, they might lose in the next second. Please give me some pointers. Yi Tianyin returned the greeting. After saying that, Earth Lord Yuhua immediately attacked first. It wasn't too sudden, and his movements were too easy to predict. In particular, his speed was neither too fast nor too slow, as if he was telling his opponent that he was going to attack so that he could prepare himself. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. Earth Lord Yuhua's move looked very ordinary, but it was flawless. In the next moment, Earth Lord Yuhua attacked. He didn't use any weapons and only used his hands to attack. With a flick of his hand, his right hand turned into a palm blade that stabbed directly at Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin ignored him and swung his fist in Earth Lord Yuhua's direction. No matter what technique it was, he would destroy it with a single punch. Earth Lord Yuhua's palm blade twisted slightly as the fist closed in with a ferocious momentum. Like a mermaid swimming in the air, it parried the incoming fist. With a gentle push, Yi Tianyin felt his strength instantly dissipate, as if he had been punched into soft cotton. He didn't have any strength to respond at all. Quake! Earth Lord Yuhua twisted his palm again and pushed forward lightly. There was a loud boom, and a burst of energy exploded in the air. A force that seemed to have been compressed to the extreme pressed forward fiercely. Yi Tianyin felt his body tremble, and he was sent flying by this terrifying force. However, he quickly adjusted his position in the air and landed on the ground. This is the power of yin and yang. Yi Tianyin's eyes narrowed. He saw the power of yin and yang circulating in Earth Lord Yuhua's palms, forming a circle of taiji. After dissipating his violent strength, he stored it in his palms and rebounded it back fiercely. This was another kind of rebound force. Chapter 1036. Yi Tianyin's violent punch had been neutralized by the terrifying power of yin and yang. Furthermore, it was reflected back at him with unbelievable strength. The power of yin and yang. No wonder. Yi Tianyin swung his arm slightly. Not only had his strength been reflected, but it had also carried an even greater force with it. Just this rebound force alone was enough to make his opponent suffer. No wonder Earth Lord Yu Hua's battle record wasn't that eye-catching. This power could only be displayed to its greatest extent in a duel. Just imagine, Earth Lord Yu Hua had to continuously reflect his opponent's attacks back at him. How frustrating would that be? It was very likely that he would end up dying from the rebound of his own strength. This was truly frustrating. Yi Tianyun's attempt at a punch wasn't his strongest, but it was still reflected back at him. One had to admit that Earth Lord Yu Hua was indeed very strong. Sure enough, some people's abilities were most effective in a duel. Naturally, they wouldn't be able to obtain good results in a few competitions. Thus, Earth Lord Yu Hua had risen above the rest in the third round and charged into the top 8 in one go. Earth Lord Yu Hua didn't stop attacking. He immediately charged forward and brought his palms together. A giant yin-yang formation appeared in the air, and he slammed it down viciously. 2 terrifying forces came crashing down on Yi Tianyun from the sky. His first move was an extremely powerful killing move. Even if he didn't reflect his opponent's strength, his attack alone was already extraordinarily powerful. The massive yin-yang rotated like the sky, sealing off all escape routes. As long as he was still in the arena, there was no chance of escape. Who would have thought that the ordinary-looking Earth, Lord Yu Hua, would be like an unstoppable god of war in a real fight? Interesting, but that's all there is to it. Yi Tianyun instantly transformed into a fiendish god. With a twist of his right hand, the heavenly divine spear appeared in his grasp, and he thrust it at the yin-yang rotated. Boom! The yin-yang wheel was punctured by his spear. The power of yin and yang was like a blooming flower, spreading out in all directions. Circle after circle of power slammed on the side of the barrier, causing it to slightly deform. By the time the yin and yang energy exploded, Earth Lord Yu Hua had already arrived in front of Yi Tianyun. He swung his palm viciously at Yi Tianyun's chest. The black and white energies constantly circulated in his palm, forming a vortex of energy that was trying to send him flying. With quick reflexes, Yi Tianyun twisted the celestial divine spear in his hand and thrust it towards Earth Lord Yu Hua. He didn't hold back at all. If this spear hit its mark, it would definitely pierce through Earth Lord Yu Hua. Yin-yang twist. Earth Lord Yu Hua roared as he faced the incoming celestial divine spear. He wasn't afraid of getting injured at all. With a swoosh sound, the back of his hand slid forward along the spear's shaft. The flame attached to the spear conveniently burned over. He twisted his palm unhurriedly, wanting to fling the flame away. At the same time, he pushed it forward lightly, as if he was pushing away 1,000 caddies with little effort. He deflected Yi Tianyun's celestial divine spear to the side. Just like before, he was able to neutralize the power of the terrifying fist. It seemed that this secret technique wasn't just suitable for bare-handed attacks, but also for weapons. The key was that the flame that came along with the force of yin and yang was able to neutralize the force and fling the flame away. This was simply unprecedented. He had seen flames extinguished, but he had never seen a flame be so easily flung away like water on a person's body. Yi Tianyun felt the power of his spear being instantly sucked dry. His eyes narrowed as he clearly saw with his appraisal eye that all the power had been sucked into Earth Lord Yu Hua's palm. Upon closer inspection, Earth Lord Yu Hua's palm wasn't really bare-handed. Instead, he was wearing a glove that was as thin as a cicada's wing. It was impossible to tell that he was wearing a pair of gloves. Furthermore, this glove was a high-grade, reincarnation-grade weapon. Combined with his yin-yang god technique, its power was maximized. Even the most domineering attack was neutralized by him, absorbed into his palm, and reflected back at him at any time. In the next moment, Yi Tianyun did indeed feel the power of his spear being sucked away. After being pushed by Earth Lord Yu Hua, his attack was deflected to the side. It didn't even touch Earth Lord Yu Hua's clothes, let alone injure him. Yin-yang quake. Earth Lord Yu Hua pushed forward again, this time aiming for Yi Tianyun's chest. As if teleporting, he closed in on Yi Tianyun in an attempt to launch a close-range attack. Yi Tianyun swiftly swatted out his empty left hand and collided with Earth Lord Yu Hua's palm. Bam! The one who was sent flying wasn't Earth Lord Yu Hua, but Yi Tianyun. Earth Lord Yu Hua's palm seemed to contain Yi Tianyun's ferocious spear attack, exploding the instant their palms collided. Yi Tianyun was sent flying again, sliding back several dozen meters in the air before coming to a stop. Interesting, as expected of a top 8 expert. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. Even an ordinary Lord of Heaven wouldn't be able to withstand his spear attack. Not only had Earth Lord Yu Hua managed to withstand it, but he had also reflected all the power back at him. Everyone's eyes lit up at Earth Lord Yu Hua's situation. Who would have thought that the extremely violent Yi Tianyun would suffer such a setback? 2 consecutive domineering attacks had been reflected back by Earth Lord Yu Hua to no avail. Is Earth Lord Yu Hua really that strong? He wasn't this strong before, was he? Perhaps none of his previous opponents were worthy enough to make him fight. Earth Lord Tianyun is done for. What's the use of violence? Brute force won't do him any good. What else can he do apart from brute force? Haha, that's true. I heard that his strongest points are brute force and speed, but both are useless against Earth Lord Yu Hua. They've all been neutralized. What a joke. That's true. I thought he could make it into the top 3, but it looks like he won't even make it into the top 4. However, it doesn't matter which ranking he gets. He's guaranteed a spot in the 5 divine realms. So what if he is? At least we can suppress his arrogance and show him that there's always a higher mountain. They began to mock and ridicule Earth Lord Yu Hua. They all felt much better when they saw Yi Tianyun at a disadvantage. Even though Yi Tianyun's results were better than theirs, they still felt extremely satisfied when they saw someone suppress Yi Tianyun. At least someone could suppress Yi Tianyun instead of allowing him to win all the way. Is he really going to stop at the top 8? Nian Xiaoyu felt that it was a great pity. She had hoped that Yi Tianyun could make it into the top 3 or even take first place. You have to learn to be content. Even if it's the top 8, it's our best result, isn't it? The Heavenly Mandate Domain Lord smiled slightly. Even if Yi Tianyun lost, it doesn't matter anymore. Chapter 1037. Many people were not optimistic that Yi Tianyun would be able to enter the top 4 due to his situation. The defeated Morong Xiao clenched her fists and encouraged him. Brother Tianyun, you can do it. Do your best. She did not believe that Yi Tianyun would be able to win this round with just this little bit of ability. Earth Lord Yu Hua, this is interesting. The Magic Eye Earth Lord looked at Yi Tianyun without a hint of disappointment in his eyes. I believe that you won't lose to him. The Magic Eye Earth Lord had experienced Yi Tianyun's strength, so he believed that Yi Tianyun would be able to continue winning. This was because he felt that the strength that Yi Tianyun had displayed against him wasn't his full strength, but only a portion of it. If that was the case, it wouldn't be a problem for him to win this round. Some hoped that Yi Tianyun would win, some felt satisfied, and some felt that Yi Tianyun would lose without a doubt. Everyone had different opinions, but the majority believed that Yi Tianyun would lose without a doubt. After seeing Earth Lord Yu Hua display such strength, they immediately felt that he would be able to win this round. This Yin-Yang God technique is indeed a low-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. Yi Tianyun smiled faintly. He already had a rough idea of how Earth Lord Yu Hua could display such terrifying strength. The reason why Earth Lord Yu Hua was so powerful, apart from his shocking talent, was that he possessed a low-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. A heavenly Tao martial art was an entire realm stronger than a rebirth realm martial art. There was no comparison between the two. With the support of this terrifying heavenly Tao martial art, Yi Tianyun's strength increased tremendously. The power of yin and yang was already a heaven-defying force to begin with, so when the two were combined, Yi Tianyun's attack was easily deflected. The strength that Yi Tianyin had displayed wasn't weak at all. If even this could be easily countered, it meant that the martial art that his opponent had grasped must be even more powerful. There was no such thing as fairness in the duel arena. What mattered more was one's foundation. It was naturally advantageous for others to have a rich family background. For example, he had an ordinary iron weapon, while the other had a divine weapon. It was obvious who would win and who would lose at a glance. A duel was like this. It could be said to be fair, but it could also be said to be very unfair. There was one thing that was certain, and that was that the one who could win in the end must have a shocking background. If he didn't have top-notch talent, then he had top-notch treasures and martial arts. If they didn't have any amazing martial arts, they could only rely on their talent. Similarly, if they didn't have amazing talent, they could only use martial arts or treasures to make up for it. If he had both, it would be heaven-defying. Earth Lord Tianqing was one of them, and so was Earth Lord Yuhua. I'm sorry, Earthly Monarch Tianyin. I'll take this round. Earth Lord Yuhua didn't give Yi Tianyin too much time to rest. He quickly formed a seal with his hands and deployed a massive yin-yang divine formation in an invincible manner. Yin and yang began to rotate in the air. It was even more powerful than before. It was still an all-out attack, and he wanted to force Yi Tianyin into a dead end. Earth Lord Yuhua knew that Yi Tianyin wasn't weak by any means, so it would be difficult for him to cause too much damage. The best way to deal with it was to repel Yi Tianyin and eject him from the arena. That way he would win. He hadn't gained much of an advantage after 2 consecutive attacks against Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyun's terrifying physique was truly terrifying. Is that so? I don't think so. 2 beams of light shot out from Yi Tianyun's eyes as he brandished his spear once again. The dragon god bloodline in his body erupted. It would be impossible to deal with these geniuses without some strength. Boom! A violent force pierced through the yin-yang divine formation once again. Even though it had been strengthened several times, it still couldn't withstand Yi Tianyun's domineering spear. It was still Earth Lord Yuhua's figure. This time his attack was completely different. The transparent gloves in his hands began to emit a black and white glow. Countless yin-yang divine formations appeared on his palms and rotated continuously like a black vortex that could suck a person in. Yin-yang kill! The wildly rotating yin-yang divine formation tried to strangle Yi Tianyin to death. It was like a terrifying meat grinder trying to suck him in and shred him into countless pieces. Who would have thought that the yin-yang divine formation could not only reflect the force back, but it could also transform into a killing move that could suck the opponent in and shred him to pieces. Most importantly, it contained the power of the heavenly Tao, which caused the surrounding forces to surge toward it. This was the power of the heavenly Tao, a type of nomological power. The heavenly tribulation was the power of the heavenly Tao. How many people could resist the power of the heavenly Tao? A heavenly Tao martial art was an existence that was constructed on top of the heavenly Tao. It could begin to manipulate the power of the heavenly Tao in the surroundings and strengthen the user. A reincarnation-level martial art could manipulate the reincarnation force. However, the amount of reincarnation force that could be manipulated was extremely small. Compared to the power of the heavenly Tao, which was above the reincarnation force, the difference was like the difference between clouds and mud. A heavenly Tao martial art. Who can resist such a formidable power of the heavenly Tao? Many of the defeated contestants couldn't help rising to their feet. They had been spectating from the sidelines as spectators. Now that Earth Lord Yuhua had unleashed his power, they could feel the terrifying power of the heavenly Tao. It was as if they had entered the heavenly tribulation once again. Earth Lord Tianyin will definitely lose. Both of them had the same thought in their mind, that is, Yi Tianyin will be defeated. They had initially thought that Yi Tianyin had a chance of survival, but now they felt that it was hopeless. How could he suppress the heavenly Tao when it was right in front of him? It's just the heavenly Tao. I'll break it. A brilliant glow appeared in Yi Tianyin's eyes as he thrust the divine spear in his hand forward. He could even penetrate the heavenly Tao with a single thrust. As soon as the divine spear struck earth, Lord Yu Hua's hands, he immediately felt the power of yin and yang devouring it frantically. Even the heavenly time divine spear was devoured by it. All the power had completely disappeared at this moment. It's useless. No matter how strong you are, you will still be diverted. There are no exceptions. Earth Lord Yu Hua's eyes turned yin and yang as he pushed his palms forward frantically, firmly holding Yi Tianyin's heavenly time divine spear in place. Even the surrounding space was frozen. That's because the power you've encountered is too weak. Yi Tianyin opened his eyes as the planet in his body began to rotate rapidly. The most violent star force within it began to surge into his body. Most importantly, the giant planet began to merge with him. He was the planet, and the planet was him. A force of over 1 trillion kilograms erupted in an instant, blasting the yin-yang divine formation into black and white powder. Even Earth, Lord Yu Hua, was sent flying by the spear. Earth, Lord Yu Hua, spat out a mouthful of blood into the sky as his body flew backward, uncontrollably. In the end, he charged out of the arena and slammed into the wall at the side. The sturdy wall shook violently with a loud thud, causing Earth Lord Yu Hua to spit out another mouthful of blood. Chapter 1038. Earth Lord Yu Hua's yin and yang energy was easily destroyed by a single spear strike. Many people didn't even have time to react to the sudden turn of events. They were completely dumbfounded by the scene in front of them. Almost everyone was certain that Yi Tianyin would lose without a doubt, especially under the tyrannical power of the heavenly Tao. It was enough to crush everything. Even if he couldn't kill Yi Tianyin, he could at least send him flying out of the arena. Who would have thought that Yi Tianyin would pierce through and destroy the yin and yang formation? The force that shot into the sky was extremely painful when it brushed past the faces of the spectators. It felt like a heavy slap to their faces, like a slap to their faces. Everyone had thought that Yi Tianyin would lose without a doubt. Now that he had been defeated, how could it not be a slap to their faces? I still can't unleash the full effect and can only use a portion of it. Yi Tianyin felt that he only exerted a small part of the power of planet's power, and he could only exert a small part of it. The power of a planet was enormous. A force of 1 trillion kilograms was only a small portion. It was impossible for such a huge planet to only have a force of 1 trillion kilograms. The combined gravity of the 3 realms was extraordinary. If used to crush someone, even the Lord of Heaven would be easily flattened. If the 3 realms were used to smash an enemy, it was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be. A cultivator could use their own strength to shatter a planet. But if a planet were to suppress them, they would be smashed into a meat patty. Of course, the premise was that the planet had to be strong enough. If it wasn't, it would be meaningless. It was like trying to smash a rock with 10,000 kilograms of eggs. It wouldn't even be able to shatter the rock. However, Yi Tianyin had only unleashed a small portion of his power, but it was already enough to show disdain for everyone. Even against the power of the heavenly Tao, he could still destroy it. This wasn't the first time he had destroyed the power of the heavenly Tao. Which heavenly tribulation hadn't been destroyed by him? Bam! Earth Lord Yu Hua fell to the ground from the wall and didn't get up again. He had already fainted, so he naturally couldn't get up. Yi Tianyin didn't kill him. Earth Lord Yu Hua didn't try to kill him from start to finish. Moreover, he was very polite and didn't speak rudely. Therefore, he didn't kill Earth Lord Yu Hua. He simply defeated him. We won. Nian, Tsiu, and the others widened their eyes and stared at Yi Tianyin in disbelief. It looked like Yi Tianyin's attacks were ineffective, but all of a sudden his power multiplied and suppressed Earth, Lord Yuhua. When the 5 elders saw this situation, they were all shocked. This is the power of a planet. He can condense the power of a planet in his body? They were experienced and knowledgeable. Yi Tianyin was not the only one who could condense a planet in his body. That's heaven-defying. Normally, only an extremely heaven-defying earthly monarch would be able to form something like that. Most of them are at the level of the Lord of Heaven and above. The elders were in an uproar. Ordinary earthly monarchs rarely succeeded, but it wasn't impossible. Those who could successfully condense a planet were heaven-defying earthly monarchs. Yi Tianyin was clearly one of them. The 5 elders were deeply shocked, but it only took a moment for them to regain their composure. They had all seen the world, and this had happened before. They all speculated that Earth Lord Tianqing must have the power of a planet in his body. However, they never expected that Yi Tianyin could also condense the power of a planet. This changed their view once again. Earth Lord Tianqing's battle had already ended. Even the top 8 were vulnerable in front of her. A sacred flame swept over and turned everything into ashes. The power of a planet. That's expected. Earth Lord Tianqing's beautiful eyes flickered. She felt that everything was within her expectations. In her opinion, it wasn't surprising that Yi Tianyin could condense the power of a planet. If he didn't even have this bit of strength, then he wouldn't be qualified to stay here. As for the other contestants, they were still fighting, and the battles were in a white-hot state. Earth Lord Yu Hua quickly woke up with the help of the attendants, but he was still in a state of dizziness. After thinking about it carefully, he remembered how terrifying Yi Tianyin's power was. I lost. Earth Lord Yu Hua shook his head with a wry smile. He looked at Yi Tianyin, who was meditating in the distance, and sighed. I'm still not strong enough. I thought I could control all the power, but it seems that there's still some power that I can't control. Just as Yi Tianyin had said, the power he could deflect before was built up within the scope of his control. When Yi Tianyin erupted with even more terrifying power, the power of deflecting 1,000 caddies with little effort would lose its effect. If 1,000 caddies could be deflected, then what about 10,000 caddies or more? This was a qualitative leap in power. Absolute power could kill the opponent in an instant, so much so that the opponent couldn't even resist. The battle ended smoothly, and Yi Tianyin meditated to recover. In fact, he didn't need to rest, and he could immediately proceed to the next battle. He just sat there in a daze, feeling that it wasn't a good idea, so he pretended to rest. Soon the battle ended, and as expected, Earth Lord Taego made it into the top 4. Now, Earth Lord Tianqing and Earth Lord Taego were both in the top 4, and there was also Yi Tianyin. The other was also a dark horse, and he forced his way into the top 4. I wonder who I'll be facing. Yi Tianyin looked at Earth Lord Tianqing and Earth Lord Taego, but he guessed that he wouldn't be facing Earth Lord Tianqing right away. It was very likely that he would be facing Earth Lord Taego. There was another group of dark horses. The 5 elders didn't discuss for too long, and immediately began to announce their opponents. After throwing out the token, Yi Tianyin received the token in his hand, which had the word 2 written on it. Number 2. Yi Tianyin looked up, and the person who met his gaze was Earth Lord Taego. As expected, his opponent was Earth Lord Taego, a contestant who knew how to hide his strength very well. From the beginning until now, he had only won by a narrow margin. Even if others thought that he did it on purpose, he still chose to do so. He won by a small margin every time, and it wasn't very violent, nor was it very bloody. Everything was so normal. This situation was extremely strange, and no one would believe it if he said that he didn't do it on purpose. It could only be said that Earth Lord Tegu did it on purpose, to give people a sense of mystery, and no one knew how strong his foundation was. Finally, the evil spirit race. Yi Tianyun's eyes turned cold, and as long as it was related to the evil spirit race, he would not let it go. Chapter 1039. Earth Lord Tegu didn't pay any attention to anything. After finding out who his opponent was, he didn't even bother to look at them and sat down to meditate. It was as if he had expended a lot of energy and was resting most of the time apart from the battles. However, there was one thing that Yi Tianyun was curious about. This Earth Lord Tegu wasn't brutal enough. The evil spirit race had always been known for their brutality, and he hadn't killed anyone throughout the battles. He had always won the battles with a slight advantage over his opponent, so it would be difficult for his opponent to die unless they purposely delivered their necks to him. Yi Tianyun had a guess about this, and that was that he was hiding his brutality. Exposing his evil spirit race bloodline here was no different from courting death. When the time came, there would be no need for Yi Tianyun to do anything. The 5 elders would do it themselves. The evil spirit race's infamy was widespread, and they were extremely famous among the divine realms. Many of the divine realms here were extremely disgusted by them, and if any of their competitors were here, they would definitely be killed. Now, there really was a fish that had slipped through the net, but it was a pity that the 5 elders couldn't see through it unless Yi Tianyun forced him to use some of his power. 3 days passed by in the blink of an eye. The battles continued, and apart from the 4 of them, there were other competitors who were still fighting. If they wanted to fight for a higher ranking, they naturally had to fight a few more battles. However, most of the spectators focused their attention on Yi Tianyun and the others as they were the true main characters. Many people only knew about the top 3, or even the first place, but they didn't know anything about the people behind them. This was the disparity between them. If they wanted more fame and treatment, they had to fight for a higher ranking. Otherwise, they would be left out in the cold. When people asked about the Divine Realm Ascension battle, most people only knew about the top 3, but very few people knew about the rest. At most, they only knew about the top 10, and even fewer people knew about the rest, so no one asked about them. Even though the 11th place was a relatively outstanding prodigy, no one really paid attention to them in the light of the top 3. Yi Tianyun and Earth Lord Tegu quickly stood on the stage, and the 2 of them faced off against each other. Earth Lord Tegu cupped his fists in a courteous manner. "Greetings, Earth Lord Tianyun. I look forward to your guidance." Yi Tianyun looked at him and could not help but sneer in his heart. No matter how well he pretended, he was still an evil spirit race in his heart. This was a fact that could not be changed. "Earth Lord Tegu, I seem to sense a particularly sinister energy in your martial arts, similar to that of the evil spirit tribe," Yi Tianyun asked in a probing manner. Earth Lord Tegu's body stiffened as killing intent flashed through his eyes, but it quickly disappeared. No one could catch him. He did not reveal any exaggerated expressions, nor did he give himself away. Everything was so perfect. Heaven Cloud, earthly monarch, you can't speak carelessly. Everyone had the right to kill the evil spirit race here, so they could not speak carelessly. I admit that the martial arts I practice are a bit evil, but it has nothing to do with the evil spirit race. Earth Lord Tegu composed himself with a smile. After all, there are too many martial arts, and the evil spirit race isn't the only race that can cultivate evil martial arts. For example, Heaven Cloud, earthly monarch, one of the martial arts you displayed earlier had a very strong evil aura. The evil martial arts he was talking about were naturally the evil fiend celestial. This was an evil fiend celestial, so how could it not have evil aura? It could be said that it was extremely evil, but no one said that there was anything wrong with it. Evil martial arts did not necessarily mean that it was evil, but the evil spirit race was definitely the representative of evil. A race that constantly relied on devouring the existences of other races to strengthen itself was truly disgusting. Even though there was endless slaughter here, at least they would not devour the physical bodies of others. What was the difference between them and demon beasts? Since that was the case, then they would become different species and would not live in the same circle. After all, no one would constantly slaughter. But if it was the evil spirit race, then they would all become food. So how could they not be beaten up? This was basically the same logic as how demon beasts had always been at odds with one another. The evil spirit race was basically judged as a type of demon beast, so they were naturally constantly ostracized. Is that so? Then I have misunderstood you. Sorry. Etianyan sneered in his heart. This guy actually knew how to retort, which was equivalent to covering up for himself. He could only ask casually to test the waters. Without strong evidence, there was really no way to prove that Earth Lord Taego had the bloodline of the evil spirit race. It's fine. I hope that earthly monarch Tianyan will not speak nonsense. It can easily cause someone to die. Earth Lord Taego did not mind and smiled. At the same time, I hope that earthly monarch Tianyan will go easy on me and not be so heavy-handed in the battle later. I will. Tianyan's eyes flickered. If he really did that, then he would really be a fool. Soon after, the battle was announced to begin. A pitch-black whip instantly appeared in Earth Lord Taeji's hand, which exuded a somewhat evil aura. A high-grade reincarnation-level weapon was considered a pretty good whip. Be careful! Earth Lord Taegu specially reminded. Although he did not look like a sinister person, there were many things that could not be seen from the surface. Earth Lord Taegu quickly arrived in front of Tianyan and swung his whip at Tianyan. He did not want to whip him, but wanted to tie up Tianyan. Tianyan's eyes turned cold. He gripped the heavenly divine spear tightly in his hand and unleashed an extremely violent strike at Earth Lord Taego without any hesitation. The first strike was several times stronger than the one he used against Earth Lord Yuhua. The violent force pierced through the space and rushed towards Earth Lord Taego. It was still the same simple and violent force. Tianyan never hid his most violent attacks. He liked this kind of violent feeling. If he could settle it with one strike, he would not beat around the bush. If he couldn't settle it with one strike, then he would use 2 strikes. Smack! Earth Lord Taego maintained his lukewarm aura as he swiftly swung the whip in his hand toward the heavenly divine spear in Tianyan's hand. The moment the whip came into contact, it was immediately repelled by the heavenly divine spear's domineering force. However, Tianyan could feel that the divine spear's energy was being sucked away by the divine spear. This feeling was completely different from when he was fighting Earth Lord Yuhua. Back then, his energy was being stripped away, but now it was being drawn away. His appraisal, I could clearly see that the energy that was being drawn away was being absorbed into Earth Lord Taeji's body and turned into his own. There was no doubt that this was the style of the evil spirit race. Not only did they like to devour other life forms, but they also liked to devour the energy of others. After devouring the energy, Earth Lord Taeji's eyes shone brightly. He twirled the whip again and lashed out, drawing away another portion of the energy. As the energy was weakened, Earth Lord Taeji's speed plummeted, giving him enough time to dodge. Chapter 1040. Smack, smack, smack. The long whip continued to swing, and Earth Lord Taego retreated as he lashed out with it. It was a perfect way to advance and retreat at the same time. Using the advantage of the whip, the distance between the two was difficult to shorten, and Tianyan couldn't hit Earth Lord Taego in the most violent way possible. After several consecutive attacks, Tianyan's violent power basically disappeared, and everything was absorbed by Tianyan. Unless he continued to attack, he wouldn't even be able to touch Earth Lord Taeji's clothes, let alone injure him. Under such circumstances, not only was Tianyan unable to gain the upper hand, but he was also losing a lot of his energy. If the whip landed on his body, it would definitely absorb more energy, and even his blood essence would be drawn out. The soul-devouring divine art is indeed a low-grade, heavenly Tao martial art. It's also a heavenly Tao martial art. Yi Tianyin could immediately tell what martial art Earth Lord Tego was using. How could such a foundation be weak? It was even more strange that it could be used on a weapon. Of course, the whip was clearly custom-made for him. Ordinary weapons wouldn't have such an effect. After Yi Tianyin's attack was dispersed, everyone had a new understanding of Earth Lord Tego. This kid's attack is very strange. Earth Lord Yuhua was stabbed to death by the spear, but this power has no effect on him. To be able to fight their way into the top four, how could any of them be simple? In my opinion, this Earth Lord Tego is definitely strange. He might be a super upset. Take second place. The first is undoubtedly Earth Lord Tianqing, and the second is him. Does Earth Lord Tianyun's violence have no effect on him? Looks like it. Earth Lord Tianyun's attack is even stronger than before, but it still doesn't have any effect on him. Everyone began to discuss who had a better chance of winning. Earth Lord Te-Gu didn't stop attacking. He grabbed the whip and flung it at Yi Tianyin. The attack didn't look very domineering, and could even be described as gentle. Yi Tianyin quickly brandished his celestial divine spear to block. Pa! At the moment of impact, Yi Tianyin felt a surge of power that gathered at a point on his spear body and exploded, sending him flying to the side. He did not expect that the seemingly gentle attack would instantly explode on his godly spear like a bomb. The key was still to extract the energy from his body. The long whip was like a pipe that extracted the energy from his body. Thousand Shadow Whip. Earth Lord Te-Gu didn't stop there. He started swinging his whip rapidly. In the blink of an eye, there were more than 1,000 whips lashing out from all directions. From afar, it looked like a dense rain of swords, constantly piercing forward. Every time, the energy in Yi Tianyin's body was stripped away layer by layer. However, Yi Tianyin kept blocking with his spear and walked towards him step by step. But with every step he took, Earth Lord Trig would take a step back, making it difficult for him to quickly approach and attack. Even an attack that could pierce through the sky would be whipped into nothingness by this long whip. How is this brat's defense so strong? Even I'm being blocked. Earth Lord Trig was very displeased. Despite his frenzied attacks, he was still unable to touch the slightest bit of Yi Tianyin. But after a series of attacks, he finally managed to hit Yi Tianyin. In the instant that he struck Yi Tianyin, a blood-red light appeared on the surface of the whip, and a few drops of blood flowed into Earth Lord Trig's body through the whip. It's coming, it's coming. Earth Lord Trig's eyes lit up. He seemed to have found what he wanted, but after absorbing it, he found that everything was so ordinary. What? The blood of an ordinary human isn't even essence blood? Earth Lord Trig's expression darkened. He thought that he would be able to absorb a decent amount of essence blood and even extract the special essence blood energy in Yi Tianyin's body. But after absorbing it, he found that it was just ordinary blood, not even essence blood. This whip can even absorb blood. You're saying that you're not from the evil spirit tribe? Yi Tianyun's voice sounded beside his ear, startling him. Before he knew it, Yi Tianyin had already reached his side. When he quickly lashed out with the whip, a cold glint flickered in the corner of his eyes. Boom! The spear landed heavily on his back. Humph! Earth Lord Trig was sent flying with a muffled grunt. Blood spurted out of his back, dyeing his clothes red. But he didn't fly too far. He quickly adjusted his aura and stabilized himself in the air before slowly descending. Evil Spirit Tribe. The extremely sensitive race made many of the spectators frown. They felt that something was wrong. Most of the gazes were gathered on Earth Lord Trig. Earth Lord Tianyin, I respect you as my opponent, but you can't slander me just to win. Earth Lord Trig said in a deep voice, My martial arts are a little evil, but that doesn't mean I'm from the evil spirit tribe. I've already said that before. Isn't it too presumptuous to say that I'm from the evil spirit tribe? I'm a contestant who only managed to enter after going through many tests. Are you doubting the detection ability of the 5 divine realms? Are you unable to detect the truth? Earth Lord Trig definitely wouldn't admit it. Instead, he began to criticize Tianyin and put a label on Tianyin. That's right. Earth Lord Tianyin must feel that he can't win. So he's slandering his opponent. What a scam. If he was scammed, then he wouldn't have won fair and square. That's right. If he can't win, then he can't win. Slandering his opponent is simply despicable. All of them felt that Tianyin was slandering them. Earth Lord Trig had been tested before, and his bone age had been tested in all aspects. Naturally, he couldn't be from the evil spirit tribe. Tianyun's words would definitely arouse suspicion. Don't be nervous. I was just saying it casually. It's just a little similar. Why are you so nervous? Tianyin smiled calmly. He could roughly guess what this guy was doing here. He wanted to absorb the blood essence of all the prodigies so that he could make use of them. No wonder he was attacking slowly. He was extracting the blood essence of his opponent bit by bit. Although it looked strange, it wasn't exclusive to the evil spirit tribe. They had never seen an evil spirit tribe member with this kind of ability. It was most likely a rather strange martial art. Due to this kind of judgment, he would definitely miss something. Furthermore, this guy had hidden himself very well, so it would be very difficult to detect him. If he didn't have this kind of ability, he wouldn't have dared to participate in the Divine Realm Ascension battle. Casually saying it, Earth Lord Tianyin, you have to take responsibility for your actions. Earth Lord Trig said coldly, I respect you as my opponent, but you're slandering me now. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being impolite. Tianyin smiled. This was really a case of a thief calling a thief. Chapter 1041. From Tianyun's point of view, Earth Lord Taiji's rage was mainly because he was unable to absorb any useful blood essence. He had been dragging his time before defeating his opponent because he wanted to absorb his opponent's blood essence. There was no benefit in absorbing Tianyun's blood essence now. So what was the point of keeping him alive? He had to eliminate him. Following that, black energy burst out of Earth Lord Taiji's body and started to spread in all directions, slowly enveloping the entire arena. It was impossible to see the situation clearly with the naked eye. Earth Lord Tai-Go seemed to be enraged, but in reality he did not want to continue playing with Tianyin. He would not do anything that did not benefit him. In the eyes of others, it was reasonable that he was enraged after being slandered by Tianyin. The 5 elders frowned. They did not expect Tianyin to say such a thing. However, no matter how they looked, they could not see that Earth Lord Tai-Go had the bloodline of the evil spirit race. Earth Lord Tianyin can't really be slandering his opponent, right? With his strength, he shouldn't be slandering his opponent. Could it be that Earth Lord Tai-Go really has the bloodline of the evil spirit race? But we've already looked back and forth several times, and we can't sense the bloodline of the evil spirit race. If that's the case, it might be a misjudgment and slander. If it's slander, then there's no need to keep this kind of person. He's simply disgusting. All of them looked at Elder Go Huang, wondering what Elder Go Huang was thinking. The battle will continue. The opponent only felt that his martial art was strange and made a slight misjudgment. However, it was a bit slanderous. If this kind of situation continues, then he will be eliminated. They were allowed to use any move during the battle, no matter how sinister it was. But slandering one's opponent was different, especially since the evil spirit race was a very serious topic. If one believed it, it would be equivalent to letting the opponent off the stage. The seriousness of this matter was too great. If it was really slandered, then it would be equivalent to destroying the fairness of the competition. Just as everyone was thinking that Tianyun's character wasn't very good, Earth Lord Tai-Go had already launched a frenzied attack. It did look like he was extremely angry after being slandered. Little did he know that under the dark mist there was a pair of cold eyes, filled with spiritual power and murderous intent, ready to kill Eteonyon at any moment. Previously, he could still pretend to be a gentleman, but now, with Eteonyon's slander, he could retaliate fiercely and even kill Eteonyon. Under the dense fog, he quickly disappeared into it. The next moment, like a demonic assassin, he suddenly appeared behind Eteonyon. Without anyone noticing, the long whip in his hand whipped towards Eteonyon without hesitation. The soft long whip didn't even cause a ripple in the air as it directly wrapped around Eteonyon. Die. Earth Lord Taeji's eyes were filled with killing intent, and the veins on his arms bulged as he poured all of his power into this attack. In the next moment, the long whip instantly wrapped around Eteonyon, and under a vicious twist, Eteonyon was instantly torn to pieces, turning into a cloud of mist. Illusion! Earth Lord Taegu immediately realized that he had been tricked, but it was already too late by the time he reacted. The celestial divine spear pierced through him without hesitation. With a splat, Earth Lord Taeji's sturdy back was pierced through, and he was nailed into the air. "Where are you hitting?" Eteonyon picked him up and quickly smashed him into the ground. In that instant, Earth Lord Taegu let out a furious roar and pulled himself out of the spear, causing blood to splatter in all directions. At the same time, he broke free from the attack and quickly flew forward. After confirming that he was safe, he floated in the air, panting heavily. His ability had been broken, and the surrounding mist quickly disappeared, allowing the audience to see their situation again. In the blink of an eye, Earth Lord Taegu had been defeated. There was a large hole in his body and his face was pale. On the other hand, Eteonyon was completely unscathed, and the gap between the two was immediately revealed. Everyone immediately burst into an uproar. They had thought that Eteonyon was trying to slander Earth Lord Taegu so that he could win. But now, it looked like there was no need for that. He was still as domineering as ever, and he had almost killed Earth Lord Taegu with his spear. This made the audience even more confused. Could it be that Earth Lord Taegu really was from the evil spirit race? Not bad. Let's see how long you can keep your ability. Eteonyon's eyes turned cold as he stepped onto the ground and chased after Earth Lord Taegu with his divine spear. He knew that if he continued like this, Earth Lord Taegu would definitely be exposed. Killing him was not difficult, but the problem was exposing his identity. This was equivalent to sounding an alarm for the 5 divine realms. This meant that the evil spirit race had infiltrated them, and everyone had to be careful. He was more than happy to let the other divine realms join in the battle against the evil spirit race. Right now, he was unable to suppress the evil spirit race on his own. Facing the charging Eteonyon, Earth Lord Taeji's eyes turned red as he roared. Bloodline full activation! Phoenix bloodline, Dragon God bloodline, Giant Rock bloodline, Giant Eagle bloodline, Viper bloodline. All kinds of bloodlines were activated from within his body. His body was like a hodgepodge with all kinds of bloodline powers. When he erupted, the aura he released was really quite mixed, containing all kinds of bloodline powers. Most of his rankings were very high, and after he erupted, his battle prowess increased layer by layer. It rose at a speed visible to the naked eye. What was even more exaggerated was that the surface of his body began to be covered with dragon scales, viper scales, phoenix feathers, and so on. After erupting, he underwent shocking changes in all aspects. This was the power of his bloodline. It looked like the bloodlines he had absorbed were not thin at all. This was enough to show that he had absorbed the blood essence of many races, and when he erupted, his power was really shocking. This scene caused everyone to exclaim in shock. Just how did he absorb it? I can't even control 1 or 2, but he can control so many? This is the difference in physique. Even the evil spirit race can't control so many bloodline powers, right? That's right. If he's from the evil spirit race, Even if he can devour other people's bloodlines for his own use, he shouldn't be able to control so many. But I can't tell what race he is. Instead, he looks like a human. They were all extremely shocked by the power that Earth Lord Taego had displayed. This kind of talent was already comparable to a heavenly Tao martial art. How could it not be heaven-defying with the power of all the major races? Is this the reason why you participated in the Divine Realm Ascension battle? Continuously absorbing other people's blood essence and accumulating a certain amount will allow you to completely strengthen yourself and use it? Chapter 1042. It wasn't a derogatory term for Earth Lord Taego to call him a bastard. It was just that he had too many mixed bloodlines. So he didn't just have the physique of the evil spirit race. When the power of multiple races was combined, the restrictions would be greatly reduced. The best bloodline effect would naturally be different. Earth Lord Tianyin, I will make you pay for slandering me. Earth Lord Taiji's eyes were filled with killing intent as he roared, Judgment of 10,000 blood! In the next instant, the whip in his hand was replaced by a long sword. The explosive power of a whip was definitely inferior to that of a long sword, so he had to replace it with a long sword in order to unleash all the power in his body. All the bloodline power was gathered on the long sword in his hand. The entire superior grade, reincarnation grade, long sword started to buzz, and a dazzling white light blossomed from it. This was the terrifying power that could be unleashed after being infused with surging star power. It was clear that Earth Lord Taego was serious this time. He wanted to kill Yi Tianyin in his most powerful form. Everyone's eyes lit up. This was the first time they had seen Earth Lord Taego unleash his full power, and it seemed that he could kill even gods. Price. Yi Tianyin didn't feel the slightest bit of fear in the face of Earth Lord Taeji's power. To him, this was the same as Earth Lord Magic Eye. Did he think he was invincible just because he had gathered the power of other bloodlines in his body? Only when one reached an extremely shocking level of power in a certain aspect could one be considered invincible. The power that Earth Lord Taego displayed could only be considered average. Die. The projections behind Earth Lord Taego were each larger than the last. There were dragons, phoenixes, eagles, and so on. The projections of all kinds of bloodlines came crashing down on Yi Tianyin. In an instant, it was as if the entire world was filled with this power, and Yi Tianyin had nowhere to run. However, Yi Tianyin didn't need to run. He held the heavenly divine spear tightly in his hand and instantly turned into a fiendish god. He unleashed both the dragon god and phoenix bloodlines. The ancient set released a dazzling yellow light, and the tip of his spear flickered with a cold aura. He was ready to fight at any moment. Heaven Fury, dominating cloud. The third style of the Violent Heaven incantation was displayed by him. The Violent Heaven art only had 3 moves. He had not learned the later moves, so he could only use the first 3. But even the first 3 moves were enough. As he executed the domineering cloud, the heavenly divine spear in Yi Tianyun's hand started to project a tyrannical phantom image. This was the phantom image of the creator of the Raging Sky art. That's Kuang Zu. The heavenly mandate region lord and the others were thrilled. They were thrilled to see Yi Tianyin perform this move. Other people also recognized this terrifying move. It was the strongest martial arts of the heavenly mandate divine realm. However, there had never been a participant who could use this violent sky release. The violent heaven scripture was too difficult to cultivate. Now that Yi Tianyin was using it, even though it was only the 3rd move, its power was already extraordinary. Crazed ancestors' majestic projection alone was enough to suppress Earth Sovereign Turg's projection. One was enough. Why did they need so many phantoms? Buzz. The heavenly divine spear in Yi Tianyun's hand trembled rapidly. He felt that time and space around him had frozen, as if everything had slowed down. This move increased his damage by 5 times in one fell swoop. This was only the effect of the third move. If he learned the later moves, wouldn't he be able to burst out more than 10 times the damage? If it was a heavenly law martial arts, it was terrifying to even think about. Not only did the effect increase by 5 times, but the ancient set also increased it by 5 times. Combined with the critical hit effect, it instantly superimposed and reached the effect of 15 times the violent heaven incantation. There was no need for any crazy damage mode at all. It was enough to make his power reach a whole new level. He believed that he could still compete with these geniuses without using the crazy mode, because his foundation was enough to support him to compete with any genius. Boom! The two forces collided together. In an instant, there was a terrible energy explosion on the battlefield. Layer after layer of energy cyclones slapped wildly in all directions, making a rumbling sound. In an instant, the spectators were unable to see what was going on inside. Only the 5 elders knew what was going on inside. They were the ones who set up the place, so they naturally knew what was going on inside. They couldn't see it with the naked eye, but they could still see it clearly with the formation inside. A moment later, the explosion quickly dissipated. What appeared in front of everyone was Yi Tianyun's spear piercing through Earth Lord Taeji's chest and lifting him into the air. As for Yi Tianyun, he was not injured at all. The sword in Earth Lord Taeji's hand had already flown to the side and disappeared into the ground. "Is this all you've got?" Yi Tianyun raised Earth Lord Taegu with a cold gaze. "Uft!" Earth Lord Taegu spat out blood continuously. His eyes were filled with anger and indignation, but he hung powerlessly in the air. After using so much power, he had exhausted a lot of his energy. He was no longer as domineering as before. "I know you still have more power that you haven't used yet. Why don't you show it to us?" Yi Tianyun smiled. "I admit defeat. This is all I've got." Earth Lord Taeji's face twitched. His eyes were filled with killing intent, but he still chose not to reveal his true form. Everything would be over if he was exposed, so he might as well admit defeat. "Is that so? Then let me stimulate you a little, okay?" Yi Tianyun exerted a bit of force with the Heavenly Dawn divine spear in his hand. A surge of energy began to surge into his body and stimulate it. Everyone had their own protective mechanism that would be completely activated when they were in danger. Now that Yi Tianyun hadn't forced him into a dead end, he naturally wouldn't activate it. Now that he was slightly stimulated by Yi Tianyun, Earth Lord Taegu immediately felt that something was wrong. In his anger, he slapped the spear and tried to escape. However, it was futile. Yi Tianyun had already locked onto him. "You want to escape? Do you think that's possible?" Yi Tianyun swung the spear and nailed Earth Lord Taegu to the ground. A surge of energy stimulated the energy in his body. The spectators didn't know what Yi Tianyun was trying to do. Earth Lord Taegu had already admitted defeat. Although the rules stated that only those who were eliminated would be eliminated, this was too cruel. But under Yi Tianyun's provocation, Earth Lord Taegu let out a low roar, and 12 arms suddenly grew out of his back. He pushed off the ground and attacked Yi Tianyun. Yi Tianyun didn't even bother with the Heavenly Dawn divine spear. He dodged to the side in a flash, evading Earth Lord Taeji's attack. Chapter 1043. Yi Tianyun didn't need to chase Earth Lord Taegu out. All he needed to do was force out his true body and hide. Everything would be over after that. Earth Lord Taegu grew 12 arms, and his body turned black. The wounds on his body quickly healed. These were all unique characteristics of the evil spirit race. Even if he absorbed the essence blood of the evil spirit race, he wouldn't be able to release such pure power. Although Earth Lord Taegu had many different constitutions, he was still an evil spirit race. He was only suppressing himself by absorbing more bloodlines. However, his true power would only be unleashed when he was in danger. When Earth Lord Tegu unleashed his full power, the Heavenly Dawn divine spear that pierced through his body was forced out by his tough body. It turned into a sharp arrow that shot toward Eteonyon. Eteonyon reached out and clenched his fist. Bang! A burst of air rang out from his hand. He was slightly shaken by this force, but he didn't take a single step back. This is your true power. If you fought me with this power, it would be hard to tell who would win. Eteonyon looked Earth Lord Tegu up and down. His terrifying physique and astonishing power combined with his other bloodline powers would definitely make him a fearsome opponent. Unfortunately, the evil spirit race couldn't stay here. No matter how powerful he was, could he be more powerful than the 5 elders? A divine monarch was enough to smash him into meat paste. Roar! Earth Lord Tegu roared and charged toward Eteonyon. I'm going to kill you. His true body was exposed. He was furious. Even if he died, he would drag Eteonyon down with him. However, a figure was even faster than him. It arrived in front of him in the blink of an eye and pressed him to the ground. It really is the evil spirit race. You even managed to sneak in. Elder Go Huang's eyes were filled with a cold light. If he used a bit more force, he would be able to crush Earth Lord Tegu into meat paste. However, Elder Go Huang naturally wouldn't kill Earth Sovereign Tegu right away. That way, he wouldn't be able to get any information out of him. The audience was stunned by this scene. Thinking back to what Eteonyon had said, they felt a burning sensation in their hearts. Previously, they had thought that Eteonyon was slandering others so that he could advance easily. Now it seemed like they were wrong. Eteonyon was not spouting nonsense, and the other party was indeed from the evil spirit race. However, after Earth Lord Trig revealed his true identity, it was a heavy slap to the executors of the 5 divine realms. They had checked every aspect carefully, but in the end, they couldn't find anything. Because of this, many people would believe in authority and not Eteonyon's words. The truth had given them a heavy slap in the face, letting them know that the so-called authority was not necessarily accurate. The other elders flew over and looked at Earth Lord Tegu with astonishment in their eyes. They didn't think that the evil spirit race would really be able to sneak in. They turned to look at Eteonyon. Among them, Elder Tion Fa asked, "How did you recognize him?" Intuition. I only relied on intuition. My hometown was invaded by the evil spirit race, so I have a deeper feeling about it. Moreover, I would rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Eteonyon's eyes turned cold, and his tone was extremely cold. Of course, he wouldn't make a mistake. The appraisal, I could find out the situation that was buried deep. This was the benefit of the appraisal eyes upgrade. The 5 elders were slightly moved. No wonder Eteonyon was so sure. It was indeed better to kill the wrong person than let him go. If he really was a scourge, then it could increase the casualties. It was a little cruel, but thinking about it, when had they not done this before? They had countless vengeful spirits in their hands. But for the overall benefit, they could only choose to do this. Speak. What is your purpose for being sent here? Elder Go Huang said coldly. Everyone's eyes were focused on them. This sudden change was really hard to react to. It was originally a good duel, but suddenly there was a special situation. Fortunately, Eteonyon discovered it in time. If he successfully joined the 5 divine realms, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fortunately, Eteonyon discovered it. Otherwise, something big would really happen. Do you think I will say it? Earth Lord Tegu grinned with disdain in his eyes. Since he had already been discovered, there was no point in trying to defend himself. Elder Go Huang, why are you still talking nonsense with him? Just search his soul. The elder beside him said sternly. The simplest and crudest way to deal with these people was to search their souls. Perhaps they couldn't search all of their memories, but they could search as much as they could. As for locking them up or extorting a confession, there was no use. After cultivating to this level, there was no way they would confess. Even if their bodies were cut into countless pieces, Earth Lord Tego wouldn't say a word. This was bravery. Since they had the guts to come here, they were definitely prepared to die. Therefore, there was no point in extorting a confession. Elder Go Huang nodded and looked at Yi Tianyin with a sharp gaze. Can you still sense the bloodline of the evil spirit race in others? He was very suspicious that the other evil spirit race members had also snuck in, and he wanted Yi Tianyin to help them find them. They couldn't sense it, so they asked Yi Tianyin to take a look. Yi Tianyin nodded and looked at the audience at the side. Wherever his gaze landed, they all took a step back in fear. They were worried that Yi Tianyin would mistake them for someone else. That would be the end of them. After all, they would rather kill the wrong person than let them go. If they were wrongly judged, they wouldn't be blamed. Yi Tianyin glanced at all the detailed data. After a glance, he pointed at one of them and said, "Him." He pointed lightly, and one of the audience members was pointed at. The audience members at the side were so frightened that they immediately pulled him out and threw him onto the divine arena. As soon as he was thrown out, he was immediately controlled. You're slandering me. I'm not from the evil spirit race at all." The audience member hurriedly shouted. His face was filled with fear, and he didn't want to admit that he was from the evil spirit race. The audience members looked at each other. If Yi Tianyun's judgment was wrong this time, it would really be a joke. Attack them and trigger their bloodline protection. Yi Tianyin gestured for the attendants to attack. The attendants attacked without hesitation. Just like Yi Tianyin, they directly penetrated their bodies. Following that, when this audience member was on the verge of death, he triggered the protection of his bloodline. 8 arms instantly appeared, and the bloodline of the evil spirit race was completely exposed. Everyone was dumbfounded. They really recognized him. There were so many audience members, but he was actually able to pick him out. And him. Chapter 1044. After Yi Tianyin pointed them out one by one, they were dragged down and quickly tested. Following that, all of them had the bloodline of the evil spirit race. None of them were mistaken. This terrifying ability left them completely dumbfounded. Could it be that he had killed too many evil spirit race beings to obtain this ability? Or was it because he was naturally more sensitive to bloodline abilities, which allowed him to have this kind of ability? They did not know this, but there was one thing that made them feel extremely terrified. So many evil spirit race beings had infiltrated the planet, but they had no idea. Just think about it. There was an ogre sitting right next to them. How could they not feel fear? Everything was hidden too deeply, and almost no one was clear about it. What kind of ability is this? Earth Lord Tegu roared, and his body trembled. This was the effect of extreme rage. What's wrong with recognizing your abilities? Yi Tianyun's expression was calm. You'll die a horrible death, I promise. Earth Lord Teiji's eyes were red. His companions had been dragged out one by one. His arrangements had been very smooth, but now that they had been dragged out one by one, how could he not be furious? Don't worry. Even if I don't recognize you, you'll still die a horrible death, because your evil spirit race has always been invading other planets, and I'm one of them taking revenge on you. Yi Tianyin was not afraid of threats at all. He knew that his actions would definitely infuriate the evil spirit race. After all, even those that had been hidden so deeply had been found. As long as he was not eliminated, the people that they had planted in the planet would definitely be eliminated one by one. All of their plans would only have a useless effect. Earth Lord Tego looked at him coldly and did not say anything. If the flames in his eyes could spit out, Yi Tianyin would have been burned long ago. Don't worry, you've done a great service. No one will be able to do anything to you in our divine realm. Elder Go Huang was also furious. These evil spirit race beings were really brazen. They really thought that they were invincible and could plant anyone in the planet. In a fit of rage, Elder Go Huang grabbed Earth Lord Teiji's head tightly and began to search his soul. Due to being suppressed, Earth Lord Tego was unable to move at all when his soul was being searched. Under the frenzied, soul-searching, his eyes rolled up continuously, and he looked like he was about to faint. Following that, blood flowed out of his 7 orifices. This was the result of a soul search. However, it didn't take long before Earth Lord Taiji's head exploded with a bang. "Elder Go Huang, how is it?" The other 4 elders came over and asked. "There's too little valuable information. Some of it has been sealed forever, and there's no way to probe further." Elder Go Huang shook his head and said coldly, "These fellows are indeed prepared. They have already tampered with their memories, making it difficult to find them." To put it bluntly, he didn't find any useful information. It was still blank. Following that, they continued to search the souls of the cultivators they captured. None of them showed any mercy, and the intensity of the soul-searching was maximized. Many of them directly exploded when their brains were searched. The spectators at the side all felt a chill in their hearts when they saw this. They had to admit that this wasn't something to be happy about. The originally exciting battle had now turned into catching adulterers, and there were many of them. Most importantly, they didn't know what their goal was. However, after thinking about it carefully, they must have infiltrated slowly. Becoming an elder or something was the scariest thing. The evil spirit race has infiltrated. They are too arrogant. Nian Xiaoyu and the others were furious. There were evil spirit race members among the attendants they brought with them. This was like a slap to their faces. They had always hated the evil spirit race, but now they had sneaked in. How could they not feel disgusted, especially since they didn't know how to identify them? But they all relied on their senses to identify them, like Yi Tianyan. This was too difficult. It wasn't a martial art, and they just relied on their senses to identify them, so it was naturally quite difficult. It was a good duel, but it was ruined by a rat's poop. Earth Lord Tianqing chuckled at the side. If Earth Lord Taegu wasn't an evil spirit race, it would definitely be a very exciting battle. Earth Lord Taiji's strongest power was when he unleashed the evil spirit race's bloodline. However, when he unleashed the evil spirit race's bloodline, everything was over. Speaking of which, Earth Lord Tianqing, I think you can identify it, right? Yi Tianyan looked at Earth Lord Tianqing and said indifferently. As soon as this was said, many people looked at Earth Lord Tianqing. Even Earth Lord Tianqing could identify it? I can see it, but I'm not as accurate as you. Earth Lord Tianqing didn't hide it. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that they had fallen behind too much. Only a few people could sense it. It seems that you answered quickly. I thought you wouldn't admit it. Yi Tianyan smiled faintly. Why wouldn't I admit it? It's not a secret. If your mental strength is stronger, it won't be a problem to sense it carefully. Earth Lord Tianqing looked at the 5 elders and said, Elders, you should strengthen this aspect. It's not that the elders' mental strength is weak, but with a little more effort, you can find it. Earth Lord Tianqing's words really didn't give the elders any face. This undoubtedly meant that the elders were too lazy and didn't spend much effort to explore. Of course, the 5 elders didn't look too good when they were scolded like this. After all, they were elders with extremely high status. How could they be happy to be scolded like this? This is our fault. We will strengthen it more. Elder Go Huang didn't shirk anything and directly admitted, I checked carefully just now, and it did take some time to find out a little. The evil spirit race's hidden ability has improved, and it's not as easy to improve as before. This is indeed our negligence. He directly admitted his mistake, which surprised the audience, but they were more appreciative. At least he put down his pride and admitted his mistake. He didn't find an excuse. Yi Tianyan looked at Earth Lord Tianqing. He had to say that Earth Lord Tianqing was a little too strong. He even dared to scold the elders. Even if he wanted to say it, he would say it after the fact, right? Of course, if he didn't say it, they would definitely correct it immediately. After all, There was no need for anyone to say it. This matter was equivalent to slapping them in the face. It was a burning pain, and they would definitely increase their strength afterwards. Chapter 1045. The words of the heavenly Lord shocked everyone. They had seen arrogant people before, but they had never seen someone as arrogant as him. Fortunately, Elder Go Huang did not care. Otherwise, she would have definitely been scolded to death. What first place was just a fleeting cloud? If he didn't even respect the elders, then what was the point of recruiting him as a disciple? After this interlude, most of the matters had been resolved, and all the evil spirit race as present had been found. In total, there were only about 100 people, which was not a lot. This meant that there were still very few elites that could be nurtured to such a degree. After settling everything, Elder Go Huang and the others returned to their seats with serious expressions. Their originally good mood had now become bad. After being disgusted by the matter of the evil spirit race, no one would be in a good mood. But no matter what, the competition still had to continue. Yi Tianyin had undoubtedly won this round. The gap between them was obvious, and he had easily entered second place. As for first place, it was the Heavenly Lord. She had already won the battle long ago, so this was not a problem. The evil spirit race concealed their identities and snuck into our arena. This matter is indeed our negligence. Elder Go Huang looked at the crowd and said, "Through the inspection, we know how to identify their existence, so this kind of thing will not happen again. When the time comes, I will inform everyone of this method. I hope that the various domain lords will increase the interrogation." They were not ordinary people, so they quickly knew how to find them, so the problem was not too big. However, this time they felt extremely embarrassed. With such a strict interrogation, there were still fish that slipped through the net in the end. After all, there were so many executors, and there were still people who slipped in. Yi Tianyin had seen all of those executors, and they were all very strict. Unfortunately, as the saying goes, the devil rises 10. The other party must have used some special method to conceal his identity. This time, they had changed their method of investigation. It was unknown how the evil spirit race would change next time. They would definitely change the situation to deal with it. However, what happened next had nothing to do with Yi Tianyin. After Elder Go Huang finished speaking, he looked at the contestants again and said, "The competition will continue. There are no changes. After many rounds of battles, the most anticipated one has finally arrived. That is Lord of Heavens and 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 Lord of Heavens. Who will win? I hope everyone can look forward to the pinnacle battle in 3 days." 3 days. They were still given 3 days to prepare, as well as for the other participants. After all, they would have to continue fighting for the later rankings, especially the top 10. Now that Earth Lord Taegu had been eliminated, there was no doubt that an extra spot had been opened up. As such, the 11th ranked Earth Lord immediately had a chance to enter. This change could be said to have made the 11th ranked person wild with joy. How could he not be happy to be able to fight his way into the top 10? Below the stage, Yi Tianyin looked at Tianqing and Earthly Lord. Finally, he was going to face the evil queen. Even now, Lord Tianqing did not have much interest in him, or rather, his desire to fight was not very strong. "Finally, it's my turn to fight you." Yi Tianyin came in front of Tianqing. The two looked at each other. The final battle. Tianqing looked indifferent. He looked at him and smiled. "It's meaningless to take the first place here. The outside world is wider. But I am very optimistic about you. You will be chosen. I will be chosen." Wasn't it already decided? Yi Tianyin was puzzled. "I'm not talking about that. What's so great about the 5 divine realms? In fact, they are just ordinary existences." Heavenly Lord Almighty chuckled. "But you will know soon enough. Of course, I will be the first in the competition. Are you that confident?" Tianyin squinted at her and smiled. It's not confidence, but absolute certainty. Tianqing looked at him and said with a bit of contempt, You know nothing about the outside world. The gap between you and me is too big. Some things can't be made up with hard work. You think you are powerful here, but in another world, your strength can only be ordinary. The Lord of Heaven and Earth's words were harsh, as if they came from an even more shocking place. Too big a gap? I don't think so. Tianyin knew Tianqing's situation. It was indeed terrible. Even the third or fourth floor Lord of Heaven might not be able to do anything to her. But if she had the strength, why couldn't he? Naive. Tianqing smiled. You will know the result in 3 days. I don't have any interest in getting first place here, but I have to get this first place. If you know what's good for you, I advise you to admit defeat. I have never admitted defeat in my heart. Tianyin squinted. He felt that Tianqing's words were a bit contradictory. He said he did not care about the first place, but he must win it. From this, he immediately knew Tianqing's purpose. His purpose was certainly not to join the 5 divine realms. It was to see if there were any strong people around to observe her situation. If the 5 great elders knew about this, they would probably explode. The battlefield that they had carefully laid out had become a test for others? Really? I will let you have a good taste of it. After some time, you will be grateful to me. Tianqing smiled slightly as if he was standing on a commanding height and looking down at a mortal. No, it is you who should have a taste of it. Tianyin retorted. Tianqing raised his eyelids. There was no ripple in his beautiful eyes. There are many people who think they are infallible. You are not one of them. After my observation, your ability is still good. But some things are not as simple as you think. I don't need you to teach me anything. I don't know what your purpose is, but I will definitely get the first place. Tianyin said and turned to leave. Ignorant, naive. Tianqing shook his head and did not bother to pay attention to Tianyin. Tianyin also found a place to meditate and wait for the duel in 3 days. He knew that Tianqing had the capital to be arrogant, but did he not? He believed that he would not lose to anyone. Unless there was a huge gap between his and the opponent's cultivation, he was not afraid. Everyone began to discuss among themselves, wondering if Tianyin or Heavenly God was stronger. Some of them had already started to act as bankers and started to gamble. However, most of the people supported Tianqing and Earthly Lord, and only a small part supported Tianyin. After all, Tianyin's violence was really impressive. Chapter 1046. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Under the gazes of tens of thousands of people, they stood in the most conspicuous arena. This arena was much more spacious than the others. It was to give them more space to fight, allowing them to fight more flexibly. When they stood in the arena, everyone's eyes focused on them in an instant. Although there were other battles, no one could be more eye-catching than them. This was the final battle of the pinnacle. This battle would determine who was truly the strongest. Earth Lord Tianyin won't be easily defeated by Earth Lord Tianqing, like the other opponents, right? I don't think so. I'm optimistic about Earth Lord Tianqing. Oh no, I'm optimistic about Earth Lord Tianyin. Bullshit, you're supporting Earth Lord Tianqing, right? That woman is going to ride on our heads, and you're still supporting her. She's too powerful. She defeated all her previous opponents within 3 moves. I've also bet on her to win. I can only support Earth Lord Tianyin spiritually. Everyone was discussing, thinking that Tianyin would definitely lose. Earth Lord Tianqing had been overbearing from the beginning, and he really could not change their minds. Bear. Earth Lord Tianqing waved his hand, and 5 sacred flames floated around him. Immediately, the temperature of the arena rose rapidly, as if they were in a furnace. Sacred flame of heaven, Tianyin, looked at the sacred flame summoned by Earth Lord Tianqing. Its power was very terrible, and it was a level stronger than his two kinds of demonic flames. Even if the grade of his flame was a level higher than his opponent's, he would still be crushed. Only if his flame was several levels stronger could it be overshadowed. For example, Earth Lord Tianqing's flame was of the low-grade reincarnation level, while his was of the high-grade reincarnation level. This way, he might be able to overpower his opponent a little, but only a little. The problem was that Earth Lord Tianqing's sacred flame was of the high-grade reincarnation level, which was already in existence that could crush him. If he wanted to suppress Earth Lord Tianqing's sacred flame, he would need at least the existence of the heavenly law level to be able to overpower his opponent. With his current proficiency, it was not enough to upgrade his two kinds of demonic flames to the heavenly law level. It would be quite good if he could upgrade them to the high-grade reincarnation level. I'll let you know where you're lacking right now. Earth Monarch took the initiative to attack. It should be said that she had always taken the initiative to attack. She wanted to suppress all opponents with her strongest stance and display her power. It was precisely because of this that others thought she was too powerful and invincible. Lord of Heaven's and Lord of Earth's figure flashed and appeared in front of Yi Tianyan in the blink of an eye from thousands of feet away. The 5 sacred flames turned into 5 red lotuses and enveloped Yi Tianyan. Each of the red lotuses locked down a certain area. 5 red lotuses basically locked down the entire area. There was nowhere to run, and they could only block. Seeing this scene, many people's hearts tightened, especially Nian Xiaoyu and the others. They all clenched their fists, thinking that Yi Tianyan wouldn't be killed in one move, right? If he was really killed in one move, Tian Qingdi would be too powerful. Yi Tianyan did not even take out his celestial divine spear. Instead, he grinned at the incoming flames, as if he had seen a treasure. Bear! His hand began to emit the dark, devouring flame. It was an extremely cold, demonic flame that could freeze everything. When the flame appeared, the surrounding temperature dropped rapidly, but it was still quite high. Whether in terms of grade or rarity, it was several levels lower than the sacred flame of heaven. How can a grain of rice compete? Tian Qingdi looked at the dark, devouring flame with disdain. The others shook their heads. No wonder Yi Tianyan did not take out his weapon. It turned out that he was counting on the flame to resist. But the grade was different. How could he resist? The demonic flame against the sacred flame was like an egg hitting a stone. He had overestimated himself. Yi Tianyan didn't pay attention to their shock. He shot out the dark, devouring fire, but just touched the burning heaven sacred fire. It was easily extinguished, but it still had a little effect, which was to weaken the power of the flames. Then Yi Tianyan continued to release the dark, devouring nether fire, layer after layer, as if he didn't need star power, so he kept releasing it. But layer after layer, it was easily extinguished by the sacred flame of heaven. In their eyes, it was like the struggle of a cornered beast. It continuously resisted, but it was all a futile struggle, and there was no meaning in it at all. Tian Qingdi was the same. Looking at Yi Tianyan's situation, he did not continue to attack. Under normal circumstances, she could continue to attack fiercely. It was difficult not to lose when the range was locked. Now, seeing that Yi Tianyan had been doing useless work, she lost the desire to continue fighting. If this is all you have, then I am very disappointed. Tian Qingdi shook his head. Yi Tianyan did not pay attention to their opinions. As he continued to attack, the sacred flame of heaven quickly weakened. It was at least half as strong as when it was first released. Of course, the power was still amazing, but he felt that it was enough. Then he reached out and grabbed the flame. The surging power instantly locked the 5 red lotuses, slowing them down. Then he grabbed one of them in his hand and began to madly absorb it with the sky swallowing divine skill. You overestimate yourself. When Tian Qingdi saw Yi Tianyan grab a flame, He thought that he wanted to crush it or destroy it. Who knew that this weakened energy, after being absorbed, quickly became smaller and finally disappeared completely. Then he grabbed 2 fire lotuses and began to devour them. However, his strength was unable to stop the attack of the flames. With a boom, the remaining flames turned into a huge tongue of flame and engulfed him. "It's over!" Tian Qingdi shook his head. He did not expect everything to end like this. It was really boring. After the flame disappeared, Yi Tianyun's slightly charred body appeared in front of everyone. But with a slight shake, the charred body disappeared. He was not injured at all, as if nothing had happened. "This flame is really difficult to absorb." Yi Tianyun turned his head and said with a faint smile, "Do you have more? Continue to attack. It seems that your skin is quite thick." Tian Qingdi looked at him and said in a deep voice, "If this is all you have, then I am very disappointed." As soon as she finished speaking, she continued to release 5 red lotuses. But this time, it was a level stronger than before. The 5 red lotuses did not seem to have changed, but the power of the flame condensed inside was much stronger. This time, Yi Tianyun reached out his hand, and all 5 flames were absorbed by him. One by one, they disappeared without a trace in the blink of an eye, as if they were never there before. What? Chapter 1047. The 5 sacred flames were absorbed in an instant. Yi Tianyun was not hurt at all. Not even a little bit of his skin was burned. Previously, the flames would burn a little, but now it had no effect at all. It was really shocking. Not to mention the audience. Even Heavenly Lord and Earthly Lord were dumbfounded. The attack she had just released was much stronger than before, but it had no effect at all. Really good. Anything else? Yi Tianyun smiled and gently waved at Heavenly Lord, motioning her to continue to attack. What kind of evil martial art is this? Where are my flames? Heavenly Lord frowned. Her originally calm heart was now stirred up, and she was not as calm as before. "I have absorbed them all into my body. Is there a problem?" Yi Tianyun smiled. "Forcibly absorbing my flames and suppressing them in your body." Heavenly Lord's eyes were cold as she snorted. "Then I want to see how long you can suppress them." After saying that, Heavenly Lord quickly waved her hand. A red ribbon was pulled out from her waist and instantly enveloped the surrounding area, forming a thick ribbon wall. Boom! At this time, the ribbons began to burn crazily, blocking the surrounding area. The power was more terrifying and amazing than before. Immediately, she threw it fiercely. The flames on it turned into countless flaming meteorites, constantly falling and hitting Yi Tianyun. "Yes, I will not refuse anyone." Yi Tianyun laughed. In the face of the huge fireballs that were constantly smashing towards him, he stretched out his hand. His palm was like a huge whirlpool, absorbing the huge fireballs into his body, leaving not a single drop behind. Gained 10,000 proficiency points. Gained 13,000 proficiency points. Gained 18,000 proficiency points. The proficiency points continued to surge and began to improve the sacred flame in his body. That's right, he had successfully tamed the sacred flame for his own use. When he first absorbed it, he had already tamed it. Although it was not a flame essence, it could still be tamed and absorbed by him. This was his horror. It was basically impossible for a normal cultivator to do this. They would definitely be burned and would not tame it for their own use. After the absorption, he began to absorb Heavenly Lord's flames for his own use. Before he tamed it, absorbing this burning heaven's sacred flame was really quite difficult. After taming, it was much easier to absorb the sacred flame. Unless Lord Tianqing released an even more terrifying attack with the sacred flame of heaven, he could easily resist and absorb as much as he wanted. There was no pressure at all. It could be said that this terrifying burning heaven's sacred flame was just an ordinary flame to him. There was no pressure at all. Everyone's eyes widen, such a terrible flame, but it's like a well-behaved child, absorbed by E.T. Onion one by one. Is there no problem? Everyone wondered if E.T. Onion was trying to be brave by forcibly absorbing it into his body and suppressing it. But now that he had absorbed so much, it made him wonder if there was no effect at all. He didn't feel any pressure at all, and he absorbed as much as he wanted. Let me see how much more you can absorb. Lord of heaven and earth swung the red ribbon again, and the flame rose again. It could be said that it had turned into a furnace, releasing a high temperature around. Even through the thick shield, the audience outside could feel the terrifying flames. Sky burning red lotus. An extremely powerful killing move was finally forced out. The fireballs that were originally smashing down instantly condensed and turned into huge red lotuses, pouncing towards E.T. Onion. Boom, boom, boom. One after another, the heaven-burning red lotus that had just approached E.T. Onion rapidly bloomed. Countless pillars of fire erupted, enveloping the entire field. In particular, the flames that soared into the sky constantly slammed against the barrier, causing the thick barrier to burn red. This power is too strong. So far, this is the strongest attack that Skyraiser has ever made, right? Everyone was stunned when they saw this scene. From the beginning until now, Lin Fan had finally displayed an even stronger move. This move alone made the deacons' hearts tremble. Even the Lord of Heaven on the 3rd or 4th floor would have to treat it with caution. This move was indeed powerful. E.T. Onion saw that the combat power had soared to more than 700,000 points. Under the gradual blooming, the combat power was superimposed layer by layer, and a fire dragon was surging in the field. First, it soared for more than 700,000 points, and then it soared to more than 1,000,000 points, surpassing the previous test of the deity's test. It soared to 150 points. If this continued, there would be no pressure to reach 2,000,000 points. Many people's hearts trembled fiercely. How on earth did he cultivate? He was only an 8 refinement Earth Lord, but he had already reached such power. What if he broke through to the Lord of Heaven? It was scary to think about it. He's indeed a super genius, but his foundation is a little stronger. E.T. Onion's eyes flickered. The reason why he was so strong was because of 2 things: treasures and martial arts. The heaven-burning sacred fire was a superior grade reincarnation level flame, enough to scare people to death. The ribbon in her hand was a weapon that could strengthen the heaven-burning sacred fire and was a superior grade reincarnation level flame. The heaven-burning red lotus was a low-grade heavenly Tao level martial art. How could it be weak when layers were superimposed? In addition, her physique was the fire god's body, which was similar to the wood god's body. It was definitely a rare physique. As for her bloodline, it was one of the top 10 fire race. The fire race was an expert in playing with fire, much stronger than the phoenix race. Upgrade, heaven-burning, sacred fire. Ding. Successfully deducted 8. 7,000,000 proficiency points. Upgraded heaven-burning, sacred fire to middle grade, reincarnation level. Upgrade again. Ding. Successfully deducted 50,000,000 proficiency points. Upgraded heaven-burning, sacred fire to superior grade, reincarnation level flame. The next level requires 200,000,000 proficiency points. High-grade reincarnation level flame. Power increased by 50 times. Alchemy speed increased by 10 times. After deducting all the proficiency points, he finally upgraded the heaven-burning sacred fire to superior grade reincarnation level flame. After the upgrade, it meant that he stood at the same level as Heavenly God Earth Lord. This was a sacred fire. He would definitely prioritize upgrading it. The benefits to him were self-evident. Not only was the damage extremely high, but it also had the effect of increasing the speed of alchemy. How could he not upgrade? Especially now, it was undoubtedly the best way to suppress Heavenly God Earth Lord. After the upgrade, when all the flames enveloped him, he also used the heaven-burning sacred fire to protect his body. At the same time, he constantly swallowed the flames into his body and continued to convert them into proficiency points. After a while, the flames gradually disappeared, and what appeared in front of everyone was an intact Itianyan. He was completely fine, apart from a slight burn. Nothing else happened to him. What's going on? Chapter 1048. Thank you for your hospitality. Itianyan was quite satisfied with the absorption and gained a lot of proficiency points. The key was that there was no harm at all. He was very satisfied with the current situation. Of course, the most satisfying thing was to see Heavenly Lord's shocked expression. Finally, she who had always felt that it did not matter, showed another expression. She had been calm before and nothing could disturb her. Now that she showed a shocked expression, it was really funny. What kind of martial art is this? How can you absorb so many of my flames without any harm? Heavenly Lord quickly calmed down and looked up and down at Itianyan, trying to see something from him. Well, didn't you say that there is a gap? I don't feel any gap now. Itianyan liked to slap people in the face, and he would slap them back hard. Since Heavenly Lord was so arrogant, he would be even more arrogant and ruthlessly slap the other party's words. Heavenly Lord's eyes were cold. This was undoubtedly a refutation of her previous words. She gently waved, and countless ribbons returned to her hand and turned into a sharp red long sword. There was a flame mark on it, like a red lotus imprinted on it. This kind of magical weapon really opened Itianyan's eyes. Not only could it turn into ribbons to surround the opponent, but it could also turn into a thin sword to carry out a powerful attack. Especially when it was condensed into a long sword, its power greatly increased, as if all the flames were condensed in one point, and its power doubled. In fact, it was indeed so. Itianyan felt that the power of this long sword had greatly increased, and it was several times stronger than before. Then let me show you what is called a gap. 2 red lotuses appeared in Heavenly Lord's eyes. Her red clothes suddenly turned into floating flames, as if she had turned into a red lotus, blooming in the air, especially the red lotus on her forehead. This was the proof that she was from the Fire Clan, allowing her to burst out with stronger power. Itianyan's eyes narrowed. Heavenly Lord was obviously enraged. The power that erupted was several times stronger than when she was calm before. This was already the state of battle, and her combat power continued to double. It was reasonable to say that after the 8 refining Earth Lord erupted, she could have 500,000 or 600,000 star power, which was quite good. The power that she could unleash now was more than one. 7 million power stars. It was far more than 3 times stronger than others of the same level. This did not seem to be the limit. There is indeed a gap between them. They are much stronger than the ones I have seen before. Only now did Itianyan witness a true super genius. It was unbelievable that he could reach such a level when all aspects were gathered together. Xiao! In an instant, King Tianqing disappeared in the air, leaving only an afterimage in his original position. The terrifying speed made most of the Lord of Heaven unable to see it. They didn't even know what was going on. It just flashed past their eyes. It was obvious that she was getting serious. She didn't want to drag this on any longer and wanted to settle this once and for all. Of course, from the very beginning, she had wanted to finish it as soon as possible. The power that she could unleash could indeed kill many opponents in a second. However, her opponent was not an ordinary contestant, but Itianyan. In the next moment, a red light that looked like a thin line streaked towards Itianyan's back. This red line was almost invisible as it appeared behind Itianyan. Just as he was about to touch it, Itianyan's celestial spear appeared in his hand. He turned around and stabbed it down. The power of the divine dragon bloodline and the phoenix bloodline, including the power of the planet in his body, were all condensed in this spear. In an instant, under this spear, the surrounding space was pulled over. Violent energy constantly slammed into the space, causing ripples after ripples to spread out in all directions. Mad sky technique, dominating cloud. It was still an extremely powerful move. When it was time to erupt, there would be no mercy. He knew that this was the strongest opponent he had ever met. Even when facing the subordinates of the god of death, he was not so cautious. He knew that he could lose if he was even a little careless. Boom! The figure of Tianqing, an earthly lord, appeared in front of him. The flames on her body constantly drifted around, enveloping the surrounding space. When she stood firmly on the ground, a deep red mark was left. The long sword in her hand collided with the tip of Yi Tianyun's spear. However, they did not touch. There was a force between the two that was constantly compressing. The two forces did not give way to each other. They kept squeezing each other and were about to explode at any time. The space began to feel like it was about to collapse due to the energy of the two people. The power that erupted from the two was too strong. When they collided, the space was about to collapse. Boom! The energy that was compressed to the extreme finally could not withstand the explosion. Both of them were blown up. The violent energy raged in the space, and the ground was lifted up. After the explosion dissipated, the two people faced each other from afar. If one looked closely, they would see that Tianqing and Earthly Lord were pushed back a few hundred meters. Although she was not injured, it was obvious that she was slightly weaker. Under the collision of the violent power, she was still slightly weaker. When the crowd saw this scene, they suddenly gasped. This was already a terrifying level, right? They did not expect that the terrifying Tianqing and Earthly Lord could not compare to Yi Tianyan. No way! Tianqing and Earthly Lord did not gain the upper hand after a blow from Tianyan Lord? Tianyan Lord is too powerful. His power is even stronger than that of Tianqing and Earthly Lord. They were all shocked. They did not expect this to happen. They thought that Yi Tianyan would be easily defeated, but it turned out that he was slightly weaker. Yi Tianyan was extremely shocked. He did not use all of his strength, but at least he used most of it. After the explosion, he could only repel Tianqing and Earthly Lord. It seemed that Tianqing and Earthly Lord were really strong. Yi Tianyan was surprised, but his opponent was even more shocked. She had also used most of her strength, but she still lost. The area between her thumb and index finger trembled. The blood that was about to flow out was quickly absorbed by the long sword. Otherwise, her injury would be exposed. On the other hand, Yi Tianyan did not feel any pressure at all. His skin was very thick, so he was not afraid of these attacks. His defense was much stronger than his attack. Of course, he was not afraid of Tianqing and Earthly Lord's attack. Tianqing and Earthly Lord's body was not so strong. His attack was very strong, but his body was not very strong. It was impossible for everything to be perfect. There must be something wrong with him. This power, this speed, he is so strong. Tianqing's eyes were full of disbelief. She thought that she could defeat him in one move, but she did not expect that he would be able to withstand it. Instead, she was injured. This kind of thing was simply unacceptable. Tianqing and Earthly Lord, what do you mean by the gap? I can only see that our strength seems to be similar. Yi Tianyan smiled. He did not care whether his opponent was a woman or not. He still wanted to slap her face. Chapter 1049. Yi Tianyun's words made the arrogant, heavenly lord burst with anger. She had always thought that she could easily kill Yi Tianyan, but now it seemed that she would not be defeated by Yi Tianyan, let alone kill him. If this continued, she would definitely lose first. After all, Yi Tianyan was not hurt at all, but Heavenly Lord was slightly injured. It seems that you really think you are powerful enough to surpass me. I didn't want to use this trick, but since it's like this, you will have to take it. Let's see if you can resist it. Heavenly Lord flew up, and the red lotus between her eyebrows began to bloom. The power of flames began to be released from her body, little by little. Petals of flames began to condense around her body, and petals of the void emerged from behind her. wrapping her body and forming a unique domain around her. "Come out." The red lotus in Heavenly Lord's beautiful eyes bloomed, and then a power buried in her body suddenly burst out, forming a huge phantom behind her. Tianyin clearly saw that the phantom was a beautiful woman. She did not look like Heavenly Lord, nor was she an ethereal, but a soul. He did not expect that Heavenly Lord would summon a soul. It seemed that she had borrowed external force, soul power. She did not know who this soul belonged to, but after this soul came out, it blessed her body. Her power was rising crazily. Isn't this against the rules? Tianyin saw the soul blessed on Heavenly Lord. He used the appraisal eye to explore the detailed data and found that this soul belonged to Heavenly Lord. This meant that Heavenly Lord was summoning the soul power of her previous life, which was equivalent to her own soul awakening. Every powerful cultivator was likely to be the reincarnation of a powerful person. Some could only awaken the memory of their previous life when they were very strong. Obviously, Heavenly Lord had awakened a little of her previous life's memory, and she could have the power of her previous life. After releasing it, her power soared. This kind of power was similar to the power of her previous life, which was still stored in her body and could be used at any time. However, due to her physique, she couldn't bear so much power, so she could only take out a portion of it. Just this alone was already quite terrifying. According to the data displayed by the appraisal eye, the soul of Heavenly Lord in his previous life was at least at the level of a divine emperor. This meant that there was a terrifying divine monarch level power in her body. If it came smashing over, wouldn't he be smashed into ashes? Fortunately, due to the limitations of her physique, she could not take out all of it. She could only take out a portion of it. Although he had only taken out a small portion of it, it was already frightening enough. His combat power seemed to be on drugs, constantly increasing. It jumped from the initial 1 million points to more than 4 million star power points in one go. This was no longer a battle, this was cheating, okay? Damn it, I thought I was good enough to cheat. Who knew there would be someone even better at cheating? Tianyin sucked in a breath of cold air. He felt that with the help of the system, upgrading his martial arts and bloodline was already cheating enough. But now it seemed that he was still too inexperienced, and the other party was cheating even more. With the memories of her previous life, she must have awakened at a very young age. Everything had been smooth sailing, and she was even better at cheating than him. After all, she knew a lot of terrifying martial arts, and a lot of things didn't need to be cultivated. She could understand them with a little cultivation. In addition, she maintained the energy from her previous life, and with a little bit of use, her cultivation would definitely jump crazily. It could be seen from her bone age. She was less than 40 years old, but she was already an 8 refinement Earth Lord. It would be shocking to say it out loud. Although she was slightly older than Tianyin, the divine monarch-level energy in her body would definitely be fatal if she really went all out. Of course, that was basically a case of mutual destruction. Her physique couldn't bear too much power. If she completely erupted, she would definitely die together. It was obviously not worth it. She didn't need to erupt with all her strength. She only needed to erupt with the power of the Lord of Heaven to crush everything. No wonder she was so arrogant. With the memories of her previous life, the energy and experience of her previous life far exceeded others. How could she not have such an arrogant mentality? When the audience outside saw this, they were stunned by this scene. What's going on? Soul possession? This is the soul energy that awakened the previous life. I've seen it once a long time ago. It's really too powerful to be able to mobilize the energy of the previous life. I don't have such a feeling. It's very likely that when Lord Tianqing was strong, he deliberately reincarnated. No wonder she's so strong. So she's the reincarnation of an almighty. Isn't this against the rules? What rules? No matter how strong she is, it's still her own energy. What's against the rules? That's right. The elders said that there are no restrictions. As long as she can win, there won't be any problems. One by one they discussed. Some felt that it was unfair, while others felt that it was very fair. Looking at Yi Tianyun's eyes are full of pity. They thought they could win, but who knew that they would meet a reincarnated Almighty? What a pity! If it wasn't a reincarnated Almighty, they believed that Yi Tianyun might win. Nian Tsiyu's excited expression suddenly turned cold. He slumped on the chair. It's over. This Lord Tianqing is the reincarnation of an Almighty, and he even awakened his memories. It's enough for him to get the second place. The heavenly mandate region Lord reached out and patted the back of her hand. He looked worried and said, I hope he doesn't try to be brave. If he can't resist, everything will be in vain. If a contestant died, all the previous results would be invalid and meaningless. Therefore, they hoped that Yi Tianyun would give up the competition. The 5 grand elders looked at Tianqing and Earthly Lord without saying anything. It could even be said that this situation was not unexpected. Sure enough, he's the reincarnation of an Almighty, and he has awakened his memories so early. I've guessed it before. Tianyun can only swallow this grievance. After all, this is also his own strength. Yes, the world is so big. After he loses this time, he will know more and walk more steadily. They all shook their heads and felt that this was not a bad thing. If Yi Tianyun could know more things, he would certainly have a better future. Yi Tianyun, who was standing on the stage, did not think so. He looked at Lord Tianqing and felt the terrible power. He smiled and said, cheating, right? Then I'll also cheat. Let me see what it means to have a mountain higher than you. Then I'll also let you know that there is always a mountain higher than you. I have the power to override everything. Not only you, but I also have it. Chapter 1050. The Lord of Heaven and Earth was flying in the air. She had finished sorting out the power in her body. The real power of the Lord of Heaven level was displayed in front of everyone. The real Lord of Heaven level of the 3rd or 4th layer was not as powerful as her. Her combat power had already reached 2 million points of star power, and none of the contestants could compare to her. No matter who was compared to her, they would all pale in comparison. Some people said that she cheated by using the power of reincarnation, but was there any fairness in the world? Besides, it was indeed her power, and it wasn't considered cheating. Awakening the memory of reincarnation was not that simple. Why was she the only one who could awaken the memory of reincarnation among so many contestants? That was enough to explain the problem. Most of them might not have been very powerful in their previous lives. In short, it was not easy to awaken the memory. Some of them didn't even awaken any memory until they died. It was already amazing to be able to awaken the memory. If she were to be compared with other opponents, it would be a bit like cheating. She was supposed to be an earthly lord, but after integrating the energy of her previous life, she directly became a Lord of Heaven level. Wasn't that cheating? Yi Tianyun didn't want to use the crazy damage mode at first, but after being stimulated, she also wanted to fight fiercely. It was not a cheating ability. According to the theory of reincarnation, it was also her ability. How could it be considered cheating? It's already very impressive that you can force me to this point, but it's all over. I'll give you 2 choices. Either you die, or you admit defeat. If I release the power, I can't control it and may not be able to save your life. Heavenly Lord's eyes were full of coldness, not because he was provoked by Yi Tianyun, but because her explosive power was quite strong and it was not easy to control. Admit defeat? Yi Tianyun shook his head and smiled faintly. I told you I don't admit defeat. If that's the case, then you better pray that you can persevere. Lord Tianqing waved his hand, and the thin sword in his hand turned into a huge red lotus, circling above his palm. This time, he was definitely going to use his true power. If you survive, please understand that there is always a mountain higher than the mountain. The outside world is far bigger than you can imagine. Is that so? Then I'll let you know that there's always someone better than you. Yi Tianyun sneered and kept the heavenly god spear. Everyone was extremely puzzled by his actions. Why did he put away his weapon? Logically speaking, he should have switched to a better weapon, but after putting away his weapon, he didn't take out a stronger one. Crazy damage mode activate, directly under the premise of the 6 refinements Earth Monarch. 64 times the damage stacked. When he was a 6th refinement Earth Lord, the most basic number was 150,000 points of star power. Under this premise, it would explode by 64 times. 2 million star power points, 3 million star power points, 5 million star power points, 8 million star power points, 9 million star power points, 8 million points of star power. What was Berserk? This was Berserk. If he really relied on some strength, he would not be afraid of anyone. After the eruption, even if it was a god, he would be able to kill him in front of everyone, combined with his 64 times strength and other multiples. He instantly possessed such terrifying power. Even Tianqing and Di Jun were far inferior to him. Unless Tianqing and Di Jun unleashed all of their power, they wouldn't feel any pressure at all. When the soul energy burst out, he knew that Tianqing had only used a small part of his power, not all of it. If he really went all out, he would still be able to crush him. However, in that case, she would be courting death. Boom! A terrifying force erupted from his body and directly blasted against the barrier, almost causing it to explode. When the crowd saw this, they were stunned by the scene. Could it be that Tianyan also has soul energy? This power. Heavenly God suddenly felt that she was so small. The violent power made her feel a sense of timidity in her heart. It was the first time she had such a feeling. She had never felt this way, even when facing stronger opponents. Now, Tianyan gave her the feeling that he was definitely superior to her. Her current comprehensive combat power was only slightly more than 4 million points, more than twice of Tianyun's 10 million points. How could she not be crushed? Swish! Tianyan had already flashed in front of her and reached out to grab her. The red lotus that was originally blocking her path, upon contact, turned into countless scattered sparks. Like water droplets that would shatter upon contact, they scattered in all directions. The flames that were originally able to burn everything were shattered with a single touch. It wasn't that the flames were too fragile, but that Tianyan was too powerful. In the next moment, he grabbed her by the neck and lifted her into the air. He did not have the slightest bit of tenderness towards the fairer sex. All the red lotuses and petals in the surroundings were like floating clouds. They were directly shattered by his violent strength. This was the power that was superior to everything. Almost instantly the battle ended. It could be said that the group of people did not even have time to react before it was already over. As long as Tianyan wanted to, he could crush Tianqing and Di Jun with a little force. What's going on? The group of people stared at the sky, dumbfounded. They thought that they would see Tianyan being abused. But it turned out that Tianqing and Di Jun were the ones being abused and killed in seconds. They couldn't even wrap their heads around the scene and were all dumbfounded. Could it be that Tianyan was also the reincarnation of a mighty figure and had even more terrifying power? None of that mattered anymore. What mattered was that Tianyan had won so easily. No. Heavenly God screamed. He finally looked like a woman. As he screamed, the power in his body instantly swelled and his combat power soared to more than 8 million points of star power in an instant. Due to fear, he didn't even suppress his power and a large portion of it burst out. The sudden change broke Tianyun's grip on her neck. Correspondingly, after Tianqing and Di Jun flew backward, blood began to ooze from all over his body. His body began to be unable to withstand the power, and blood kept dripping on the ground, dyeing the ground red. What kind of power is that? Tianqing glared at him and gasped. It's my own power. What's wrong with it? Tianyan walked towards her step by step and said indifferently, I advise you to give up. If this goes on, you'll definitely die. Your body can't withstand such a powerful force. Every step he took made Tianqing and Di Jun feel more pressure, as if someone was stepping on his chest. Chapter 1051. Yi Tianyin walked over step by step. He wasn't afraid even if Heavenly God unleashed a stronger power. After all, his current strength was still superior to his opponent's existence. A 64-fold increase in strength was no joke. It was this terrifying power that gave him the qualification to fight against the super geniuses. Of course, he could fight against those who had the soul energy of his previous life. Otherwise, he would be crushed. Admit defeat? I won't admit defeat. I must get first place. Heavenly God began to yell as if he had gone crazy. The red lotus between his eyebrows bloomed fiercely, and the soul energy in his body continued to expand. His combat power continued to jump and soon jumped to 9 million star power points and continued to increase. However, as she went crazy, her body continued to bleed and the ground was covered with blood. It was too horrible to look at. She didn't look like the peerless beauty from before. Now, she had become extremely miserable and looked completely different. What a coincidence. I will definitely get first place too. In that case, don't blame me for not showing mercy to the fairer sex. Yi Tianyin had no such thing as showing mercy to the fairer sex. If he did, he would be the one to die. Heavenly God ignored his words and released the heaven-burning, sacred fire frantically. It was like a fire dragon that constantly attacked and surrounded Yi Tianyin. A red lotus appeared in her hand, and she stepped on it, pressing towards Yi Tianyin. The seemingly small red lotus contained the power to destroy heaven and earth. Yi Tianyin didn't even try to hide. He reached out and took the red lotus. He's crazy. That's the origin of the heaven-burning red lotus. He will be burned to death if he pinches it casually. Someone immediately recognized what the red lotus was and was shocked by Yi Tianyin's actions. The energy of the origin was far stronger than ordinary flames. Yi Tianyin didn't bother to pay attention to it and reached out to grab the red lotus. The surging flames swept towards Yi Tianyin and poured into his body, trying to completely burn him to ashes. Break! Yi Tianyin squeezed the red lotus in his hand hard, and with a bang sound, the red lotus in his hand was crushed by him, and then he punched Tianqing and Tianqing, sending Tianqing and Tianqing flying. The violent power directly blew up her soul energy. In an instant, she felt as if she had fallen from the immortal world back to the mortal world, and all her power disappeared. After falling from the sky, she rolled a few times and lay on the ground. Shortly after, she slowly crawled up. The power of the fire race allowed her to rapidly recover from her injuries. However, she no longer had any strength left. The breath that he had accumulated had been scattered by Yi Tianyin. It was basically impossible for him to gather it back in the current situation. I lost. She stared blankly at Yi Tianyin, who was walking towards her, and murmured, I won't lose. I swore that I would never lose. You are very persistent in winning first place, and I am also very persistent in winning first place. Yi Tianyin walked towards her step by step and said, I'll give you the last bit of dignity. Walk out by yourself. Otherwise, I'll throw you out directly. It's your choice. Heavenly God and Earthly Lord did not use any killing moves. Only the final outbreak would be fatal. The main thing was that she could not control it. She had already warned him. If the opponent did not listen, she naturally could not do anything. I won't lose, I won't lose. Heavenly God and Earthly Lord began to forcibly erupt the power in her body, wanting to completely erupt all the power in her body. This time, she wanted to throw caution to the wind, all for the sake of obtaining victory. Just when she was about to continue to erupt, Yi Tianyin rushed in front of her, grabbed her arm, and directly threw her out of the arena. Heavenly God and Earthly Lord did not have time to react and had already been thrown out by Yi Tianyin. Flying in the air, she wanted to turn around, but her body was not very flexible and could not easily turn around. Immediately after, she passed through the shield and fell directly outside the arena, which meant that she had lost this round. I don't know why you care so much about winning or losing, but this is the reality. Yi Tianyin walked over step by step. Yi Tianyin won, and Heavenly God and Earthly Lord lost. This result emerged in everyone's mind. No one had expected this result, but it just happened in front of them. Heavenly God and Earthly Lord lost to Yi Tianyin, which was an incredible result. We won, we won. Niancy, you began to cheer at this time. People from the Heavenly Mandate Realm also shouted crazily. In the Battle of Heavenly Mandate Realm, the Heavenly Mandate Realm won first place, which was an unprecedented result and the best result in history. As for people from other divine realms, their hearts were full of mixed feelings. They did not expect that the first place would be won by the Heavenly Mandate Realm, and it was by a human. A human won first place. No one would believe it, right? Many people shook their heads. The Battle of Heavenly Mandate had been held many times, but it was the first time that a human could win first place. This was definitely history. Not to say that there would be no one in the future, but at least it was unprecedented. Very good. The 5 elders stood up one after another. This result was also beyond their expectations. They did not expect that Yi Tianyin would win. But no matter who won, it was a very good result, which was equivalent to adding 2 super geniuses to them. The battle is basically over, and our first place has been revealed, and that is Heavenly God and Earthly Lord, Elder Go Huang announced. Finally, the battle of Heavenly Mandate in the Divine Realm came to a perfect end. Although there were some small interludes on the way, it was successfully completed without too many accidents. For Yi Tianyin, who is in first place, many people have mixed feelings in their hearts. Being ridden by a human, no one would be happy. Of course, even if they were not human, they would not be happy either. After all, Yi Tianyin was a genius from other divine realms, not a genius from their own divine realm. But some people were still very happy. After all, it was not necessary to win first place to be able to join the 5 major divine realms. Yi Tianyin walked in front of Heavenly God and said indifferently, "Why are you so obsessed with first place? With your ability, it will not be a problem for you to join a 3rd-grade divine realm in the future." Heavenly God and Earthly Lord were the reincarnation of super geniuses, so it would not be a problem for them to join a 3rd-grade divine realm in the future. What do you know? If I don't win first place, I will lose more. Heavenly God and Earthly Lord looked at him with eyes full of sorrow, as if he had lost a treasure. When he was about to ask more questions, suddenly a black line appeared in the sky, and then it was slowly torn apart. A terrifying pressure pressed down from the sky, making it hard for everyone to breathe, including the 5 elders. Facing this power, they felt the pressure doubled. Yi Tianyin looked up at the tear in the sky. Obviously, the space was torn apart. Chapter 1052. A huge hole was torn in the sky above the divine battleground. The aura released from it made most people unable to move. The 5 elders stood up in shock and looked at the huge hole. The dangerous aura coming from it made their scalps tingle. They were all at the god monarch level. The energy that they released shocked them greatly. They were divine lords. If even they felt threatened, it meant that the thing inside the hole was very dangerous. What's going on? Which powerful expert is going to appear? Elder Go Huang frowned. The 5 of them took out their weapons and got ready for battle. For an expert to suddenly rush over, he must have come with ill intentions. Tianqing looked up at the gradually tearing space, reached out and wiped the blood on the side of his mouth, then turned to look at Yi Tianyin and said, "It's starting. A new journey is about to begin. Congratulations on being selected." What? Yi Tianyin frowned. You knew this would happen? There was no doubt that Heavenly Lord knew about it. Otherwise, he would not have said that. Thinking about it carefully, Heavenly Lord desperately wanted to win first place. It was probably related to this matter. Of course I knew. You'll know what's going on later. Heavenly Lord shook his head and looked at him hatefully. Don't be too happy too early. I can still compete with you later. Hey, can you be more clear? Tianyan said. It's coming out. Heavenly Lord looked at the sky. Then, with a tearing sound, an even bigger hole was torn open in the void, and a huge head stretched out from it. It wasn't a human head, nor was it a dragon's head. It looked like a special kind of demon beast. Its gigantic head was even bigger than the entire deity battle arena. When it opened its mouth, it would be able to swallow everyone. Divine beast of the star field. Peak divine lord. It has the terrifying ability to tear apart space. It can travel between the major divine territories. It can travel extremely fast. Spirit boats can't compare. It can travel from one divine territory to another in the blink of an eye. It can swallow everything when it opens its huge mouth. It can be guided to a specific area. It has super strength and defense. Its comprehensive combat power is 30 million star power under normal conditions. Peak divine monarch cultivation. Tianyan looked at the giant head and sucked in a breath of cold air. This fellow was a divine beast of the star domain. It was equivalent to a living spirit ship that could travel through any space at will. They didn't know where they came from, nor did they know what their purpose was. A divine beast of the star realm, a divine beast exclusive to a grade 3 god realm? Elder Go Huang and the others sucked in a breath of cold air. They were completely shocked by this scene. Just this star domain divine beast was enough to flatten the 5 of them. Their strongest cultivation was only at God Monarch level 6. Facing a peak level power, they were still too far off. In particular, it was a divine beast of the star domain, an extremely terrifying divine beast that could be said to be invincible among its peers. In terms of bloodline, it was ranked 5th among the divine beasts of the star field. It far surpassed the bloodline power of everyone present. If it were to be unleashed, everything would be devoured. What is this divine beast exclusive to a grade 3 god realm doing here? They wiped off their cold sweat. It was strange to see such a divine beast of the star domain. The divine beast of the star domain did not speak. It scanned the crowd with its huge eyes, then opened its mouth and sucked them in. Lord Tianqing and Lord Earthly Lord did not struggle at all. They were sucked into the sky. She was not the only one. Tianyan felt the same. He did not even have a chance to struggle before he was sucked into the sky. Other than the 2 of them, the other contestants were also sucked into the sky. However, not all of them were sucked into the sky. Tianyan was shocked. Does this mean that they want to take him away? Forcefully drag him to a grade 3 god realm? In the next moment, his figure flashed and disappeared from the area. He teleported to the outside of the deity battle arena and easily broke free from the terrifying suction force. He did not want to be dragged to a grade 3 god realm. He did not know what a grade 3 god realm was like. What if he was captured and sold? When he disappeared from the deity battle arena, the divine beast of the star domain looked in the direction that Tianyan had teleported to. It roared and rushed out of the crack. It pounced towards Tianyan's area. Everyone was dumbfounded. Why did this divine beast of the star domain come out? Did this divine beast of the star domain capture our people? That does seem to be the case. Why would a grade 3 god realm come here to snatch our people? Isn't this a little too much? That's right. How can it take a liking to so few of us? The 5 grand elders were shocked and angry. Although they only took a liking to Tianyan and Lord Tianqing, they were still extremely displeased that so many people had been snatched away. Its huge body came out of the crack. It was like a thick, dark cloud that shrouded the entire area. It was pitch black below. No one dared to say a word. They did not even dare to attack. The 5 grand elders were strong, but would they dare to attack a grade 3 god realm's exclusive divine beast? They did not know which force this divine beast of the star domain belonged to, but it was definitely not one they could afford to provoke. Since it came to snatch their people, they could only swallow their anger. After Tianyin teleported out, he had just stopped when he saw the divine beast of the star domain pouncing towards him again. It opened its mouth and sucked in. Damn it, it's not going to let me go. Tianyin was shocked. He made up his mind and took out the teleportation divine stone. He immediately used it and disappeared from where he was in the blink of an eye. Teleportation didn't work, but the teleportation divine stone didn't work either. In the next moment, he was in the heavenly mandate realm, far away from the deity battle arena. In an instant, the divine beast of the star domain sensed that Tianyun's aura had disappeared. Its huge eyes began to explore the surroundings, but did not find Tianyin. Roar! The divine beast of the star domain roared and quickly looked around. It found that Tianyin was nowhere to be found. Tianyin was nowhere to be found. It could not find him even if it wanted to. Even though its cultivation had reached the peak of the divine emperor realm, it was not an invincible existence. It was impossible for it to explore the situation in the heavenly mandate realm. Therefore, it was like a headless fly. After circling around randomly for a few times, it helplessly went back into the crack and disappeared. After it returned to the crack quickly recovered. Soon, the torn space was no different from before. It was intact. After it left, everyone was able to move. They could see fear in each other's eyes. What happened just now? What did it go after? You ask me, but who should I ask? It seems like many people have been captured. What is going on? Chapter 1053. The divine beast tore the space apart and returned to its original area, then spat out all the cultivators it had swallowed. The ones who were caught were basically the top 10. The ones who were ranked lower were not caught. Ling Yunfeng and the others were not in the top 10, so they were not caught. They were confused after being spat out. No one knew what had happened. Only Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord was calm, as if he already knew what had happened. The Divine Emperor Yuqin, I didn't expect you to get second place. Looks like your opponent is stronger. A middle-aged man walked over and said to Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord. This meant that Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord's real name was not Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord, but Yuqin. Especially from his tone, it was obvious that they were very familiar with each other. It was just a small mistake. As long as I can control the power in my body, I can definitely beat him. Where is he? The Divine Emperor Yuqin turned to look for Tianyin, only to find that he was not there. What happened? You said that the divine beast did not catch the first place? The middle-aged man frowned and turned to look at the divine beast. The huge divine beast was lying on the side with a wronged expression. It was obvious that it had failed. I can't find the target. It seems like he was teleported away by some force. Moreover, he was teleported to a very far place. I can't lock onto him at all. The divine beast could speak now. With its intelligence and cultivation, it was not surprising that it could speak. He was teleported away by a force. Could it be that the brat has a backer, and a very powerful one at that? The middle-aged man frowned and said unhappily, If that's the case, the elders will not be happy. This is the first place, someone who could even defeat the divine Emperor Yuqin. It is very likely that he is also the reincarnation of a powerful warrior. No way, he is the reincarnation of a powerful warrior? I can feel that Heavenly Lord, Earthly Lord has no other soul. As for his backer, I remember that he should be a representative of a first-grade god realm. What kind of backer could he have? The divine Emperor Yuqin's expression was not very good. He wanted to catch him and torture him. Who knew that he would disappear? What else could he do? Now he's gone. This is the first time a divine beast of the star field has made a mistake. What the hell? The middle-aged man shook his head and said, Forget it. We can only send someone to investigate. Right now, we're severely lacking in manpower. We've searched through so many grade 2 god realms. but the number of talented geniuses we've found are few and far between. Now that we've lost such a powerful person, it's truly a great loss." The divine Emperor Yuqin gritted her teeth and snorted. "Let me go! I'll get that guy back!" "Let you go? You think you can capture a defeated opponent?" The middle-aged man sneered. "God, Elong, don't be too complacent. Don't forget, you were defeated by me before. Now that I have an even stronger physique, what do you think my chances of winning are if I break through to the Heavenly Lord stage?" The divine Emperor Yuqin was already able to stand up, and his injuries had mostly healed. Clearly, it was the soul energy in her body that had helped her recover from her injuries. Now, she could move around freely. God, Elong's face sank, and a cold glint flashed in her eyes. "Don't use this to pressure me. I'm just stating facts. You've already lost to him. Is it even possible for you to capture him?" "Nothing is impossible. I'll ask the elders for their approval." The divine Emperor Yuqin didn't give up. "Then go and apply for approval. I thought it would be a battle to prove myself, but who would have thought that I would lose to a human? I wonder what the elders will think of this." God, Elong sneered without holding back. The divine Emperor Yuqin's eyes turned cold, but he didn't say anything. She knew that she had lost. Losers don't have anything to say. The others watched as the divine Emperor Yuqin and the others bickered. They didn't know what was going on, but they knew that they had been captured. "Heavenly Monarch, what's going on?" One of them got up and looked at them in confusion. The divine Emperor Yuqin looked at them indifferently, then turned to look at God Elong. "You can continue your work." "I don't need you to tell me." God Elong walked in front of them and waved her hand. A light enveloped them. Under the illumination of the light, their legs went soft, and they knelt on the ground, unable to move. No matter how they struggled, it was useless. They could only kneel on the ground, unable to move. The divine Emperor Yuqin was fine. God Elong was targeting them. Soon after, with a wave of his hand, a seal floated over and ruthlessly branded a mark on their foreheads. Ah, ah, ah! All of them held their foreheads and screamed. After a while, they let go of their hands. There was no mark on their foreheads. This mark was no longer simply imprinted on their foreheads, but in their hearts. "What's going on?" They looked at each other and saw fear in each other's eyes. "I've already planted a slave mark on you. You have to listen to us in the future, or die." God Elong said coldly, "Slave, slave." They were shocked. They had fought so hard to get into the top 10, thinking they could enjoy glory. Who knew they would end up as slaves? As slaves, their life and death were out of their control. This was the terror of the slave mark. They would die if they wanted them to, and do whatever they wanted. Unless they were allowed to move freely, they would be controlled. It was a fate worse than death. That's right. From now on, you will be disciples of the sacred peak, sacred realm. If you perform well, we will restore your freedom. God Elong said, You want us to be slaves. We are disciples that can join the 5 sacred realms. If the 5 elders pursue this, you will be in deep trouble. One of them was furious. No one wanted to be a slave. 5 sacred realms? God Elong sneered. The sacred peak sacred realm is a 3rd grade sacred realm. Do you think the 5 sacred realms will pursue this? If we ask them to go east, they will not dare to go west. TH 3rd grade sacred realm? They were shocked. A power that was even more unreachable. Now you know our power. If you perform well, you will be disciples of the sacred peak, sacred realm. Your future will be much better than in those sacred realms. God Elong said. These words made them a little happier. Being able to join a 3rd grade God realm was something that went without saying. The resources were much better than a 2nd grade sacred realm. Advancing from a 1st grade sacred realm to a 3rd grade sacred realm was like a dream. The divine Emperor Yuqin looked at their excited expressions with pity in her eyes. She felt even more humiliated, but she did not say anything. At the same time, Yi Tianyin, who had just teleported back, realized there were no more celestial beasts. Chapter 1054. When Yi Tianyin returned to the deity battleground, many people had not recovered from the shock. Many people had never seen a divine beast in the star region. Its terrifying power made it difficult for most people to move. Its aura was too terrifying. It was far beyond their understanding. Elder Go Huang, what should we do now? It seems that the top 10 contestants have all been taken away. Elder Divine Punishment was speechless. They could only watch helplessly as they were taken away. There was nothing they could do to stop it. They knew that they could not stop it. If they angered the divine beast in the star region, they would suffer. Who could stop a divine beast in the star region? Just its pressure alone could crush a group of people to death. What can we do? We can only do as before. The rules will not change. Elder Go Huang sighed. He looked at the contestants in the battleground. They could not let them move to the top 10, could they? That's true. It seems that this is the most difficult time. They shook their heads and smiled bitterly. Facing such a terrifying force, they could only bow their heads. Then, Elder Go Huang walked out and said in a clear voice, due to some unforeseen events, the top 10 are no longer here. Even so, the rankings will not be moved forward. They will still be arranged according to the rules. We will choose disciples from among you. As long as you have performed well, we will choose you. Don't worry. When the crowd heard this, they all looked disappointed. After all, the top 10 were gone. They all thought that they could enter. This was no different from dying in a duel. No one knew where they had been taken. Maybe they had been swallowed by a divine beast in the star region. This was normal. Nian Xiu and the others did not know what to say. The first place had flown away. Obviously, Elder Go Huang and the others could not determine that the results were valid. This meant that they were no different from being dead. What a pity. The results are invalid. Just a little bit more, and the glory of first place would have been yours. The Huiyu region master and the others could not help but laugh. They felt very refreshed. Their original best result was now equivalent to a cooked duck flying away. How could they not feel incomparably refreshed? The heavenly mandate region master's face was livid. Who would have thought that this would happen? Success was right in front of them, but it was gone just like that. They were so depressed that they wanted to vomit blood. They did not want to talk and could only choose to remain silent. Not only them, but the top 10 and the other divine realms also wanted to beat someone up. But thinking of the divine beast in the star region, they did not dare to ask who had done this. Just when they thought they had all been taken away, a familiar figure flew in, scratched his head, and said, They didn't announce the results, right?" He had just returned and did not know if there had been an announcement. He purposely stayed in the heavenly mandate divine realm for a while in case the divine beast of the star zone wandered around here and was discovered when it returned. That would be a waste of a chance to use the divine stone of transportation. His appearance instantly silenced the entire place. Everyone looked at him as if they had seen a ghost. Yi Tianyin. Nian Xiai suddenly jumped up and hugged Yi Tianyin. "Thank God you weren't captured," Nian Xiai said excitedly as she hugged Yi Tianyin. "Elder Nian, it's not a good idea to have so many people watching, right?" Yi Tianyin said with a light cough, signaling Nian Xiai to let go. How could she not be embarrassed when so many people were watching? Yi Tianyin coughed and motioned for Xiai to let go. How could she not be embarrassed when so many people were watching? "You were not taken?" Elder Go Huang and the others were also shocked. The divine beast in the star region was so powerful. How could it not take a person? "I don't think I was chosen," Yi Tianyin said with a smile. "That's impossible. I clearly saw you being sucked up." An elder immediately stood up and said, "Ahem, I was seen by the elder. I used some treasures and escaped in an instant. Otherwise, I would have been caught." Yi Tianyin thought he was not seen, but he was still seen. Everyone looked at each other. It seemed that he was really lucky. They did not know what treasure he used, but he escaped in an instant. Even the divine beast in the star region could not be caught. It should be a good escape treasure. Fortunately, our people were not taken. Otherwise, we would have lost the first place. The heavenly mandate region master shrugged and began to embarrass himself. The fired jade region master and the 9 region master snorted and did not say anything. Who knew that Tianyin was not taken? That's great. I thought you were taken. Murong Xiao also came over and was happy for Tianyin. How could that be? I did not even get the reward, said Tianyin with a smile. Elder Go Huang coughed and said, Well, you are in the top 10. Now you can choose which god realm you want to join. Tianyin looked at the 5 elders and finally said, I choose Elder Go Huang. Without a doubt, Elder Go Huang was the strongest. His faction was also the strongest. Naturally, he would choose Elder Go Huang. I knew it. The other 4 elders were helpless. The top geniuses always chose to join Elder Go Huang. They had no choice. Elder Go Huang's faction was the strongest. They would definitely choose Elder Go Huang. Well, I now announce that the first place, Earthly Lord Tianyin, will join the Heavenly Spring God Realm. Elder Go Huang announced, Let's begin the selection of disciples. Those who did not make it to the top 10 still had a chance to be selected. Now was the selection of disciples. Those who were ranked later were looking forward to it. Even those who were ranked around 50 were looking forward to it. As long as they were in the top 100, they had a chance. As long as they had a bright future, they could be selected. Of course, this chance was minuscule. It was more reliable to be in the top 30. Earthly Lord Tianyin, do you choose to join us? As expected, Elder Lu Yu had taken a liking to Murong Xiao. This was the body of a wood deity. In his god realm, it would be more effective. I'm willing. Murong Xiao nodded in agreement without hesitation. She really wanted to join the Heavenly Spring God realm. However, Elder Lu Yu's faction was not weak either. It would be a good thing if she could join. Soon, many people were selected. Because 9 out of the top 10 had disappeared, they specially selected a few more. There were still many chances, but they could not choose the god realm themselves. If they could choose, 9 out of 10 of them would choose Elder Go Huang. The other elders from the god domain could only watch helplessly. Soon, all the disciples were selected. More than 20 people were selected. Overall, it was quite impressive. Those who were not selected could only participate next time. Chapter 1055. The ascending battle was finally over. There were both happy and sad moments. Even if they weren't chosen, the rewards they exchanged for with the token would still be helpful to them. It could be said that as long as they survived, they would gain something. It wasn't a wasted trip. Moreover, they still had the chance to participate, so it wasn't a problem. If they made good use of the treasures they obtained this time, they would be able to get a better result in the next competition. This is a guide token. Use it to get to the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm. Elder Go Huang distributed the tokens. One of them was given to Tianyin. Isn't it supposed to bring me along? Tianyin was puzzled. No, the rules of our Heavenly Spring Divine Realm have always been like this. Bring this token and come here yourself. If you don't even have this little ability, don't join our Heavenly Spring Divine Realm. Elder Go Huang smiled faintly. Of course, I believe that it won't be a big problem for you. You can easily pass through. There's this rule. Tianyin shrugged his shoulders helplessly. He still had to report himself. However, this wasn't a big problem. It was just a small test. Then we shall await your arrival. Elder Go Huang smiled faintly, then left with his people. Elder Go Huang didn't leave behind any treasures or anything else. He only left a token. The token's only function was to lead the way. There was nothing else. It wasn't just the Heavenly Spring Divine Realm. The other divine realms were the same. They would leave tokens for them to go there personally. They wouldn't bring them away immediately. Actually, this wasn't a bad thing. It would give them enough time to reorganize and settle their affairs here before leaving. Elder Go Huang had just taken a few steps when he suddenly thought of something. He turned around and said, "Right, that Starfield divine beast must be exclusive to a grade 3 god realm. We don't know where they were taken, but you must be careful. It's very likely that they will come back to take you away." A divine beast exclusive to a grade 3 god realm? Yi Tianyin furrowed his brows. He didn't expect it to be a grade 3 god realm. "Yes, you must be careful. If we take you with us, we might attract even more attention. We don't know what they're thinking, so we can only tell you to be careful." Elder Go Huang could only say this. Facing a grade 3 god realm force, they were helpless. If they came to snatch him away, they could only resign themselves to fate. There was a huge gap between the two of them. If Zhang Xian were to suddenly charge over, it would be impossible to stop him. However, things would be different if Yi Tianyin went to the Heavenly Spring celestial realm. Unless it was a large-scale attack, the Heavenly Spring celestial realm would not be easy to deal with. Initially, Elder Go Huang had wanted to bring him along. However, after considering that it would attract too much attention, he decided to look for them first. Hence, it was better to sneak in alone. Even a grade 3 god realm expert might not be able to find him. After all, even a grade 3 god realm cultivator was not that omnipotent, unless they used an extremely terrifying power. Although Yi Tianyin was a genius, it was clearly not worth it to use a terrifying amount of power to search for him. After that, they left. Yi Tianyin went back with the Heavenly Mandate Region Lord and the others. This time they had gained a lot. It could be said that they had earned a lot. Although they did not report, part of the reward was given in advance. The rest would be given to Yi Tianyin after he reported. The reward was very simple and straightforward. It was 2 low-grade, Heavenly Path martial arts techniques. There were still more rewards that had not been given. As long as Yi Tianyin arrived there, he would definitely give them to them with both hands. Of course, there was a time limit for reporting. If he exceeded the time limit, then he would be considered a failure and would not be accepted as a disciple. There would definitely be no more rewards after that. This time, it's all thanks to you. Our Heavenly Mandate Realm can hold our heads high. Finally, no one dares to look down on us. Nian Xiaoyu was extremely excited. Not only her, but the others were also excited. Not only were the rewards generous, but most importantly, they could hold their heads high. From the initial situation of being at the bottom, they had suddenly rushed to the top. As for the other participants who followed, they all followed behind in silence. Most of them were jealous and envious, but they were more afraid of Yi Tianyin. Sima Kong and the others did not dare to look at Yi Tianyin. Yi Tianyin had already become so powerful that they could only look at him in the dust. Especially that Yuan Tianyu. He did not even dare to lift his head. Before, he had wanted to go against Yi Tianyin, but now he remembered that he was nothing. The biggest contributors were Yi Tianyin and Morong Shao. The others were just there for fun. As long as they were not selected, no matter how hard they worked, it was all nonsense. They only cared about the results, not the process. It was just luck. Yi Tianyin smiled modestly. He looked at Nian Xiaoyu and said, "Elder Nian, I have something to ask of you." "What is it?" "Just say it." Nian Xiaoyu was very happy. As long as Yi Tianyin did not ask too much, she would agree. "Actually, it's very simple. I just want a small part of the core in the sacred hall of life. Is that possible?" Yi Tianyin said simply and rudely. This had a lot to do with the spirit clan. He could not give it up. A small part of the core of the sacred hall of life? Nian Xiaoyu was stunned. She did not expect Yi Tianyin to make such a request. She thought he would say something else. "Yes, it is very important to me. Can you give me a small part?" "I don't need too much. Just a small piece will do," Yi Tianyin said. "Okay, the core can slowly recover. You can take half of it, the Heavenly Mandate Region Master said. The elder next to him was shocked. The exit was half of the core. That was a lot of money. Such a huge core was cut in half. It was the same as destroying half of the sacred hall of life. Region Master, this. The elder next to him was shocked and wanted to persuade him. There is no need to say more. The glory brought by Lord Tianyin is enough to surpass everything. The Heavenly Mandate Region Master said in a deep voice. Moreover, the core is nothing compared to the reward. It just needs some time to recover. This glory, even if the core recovered several times, has never appeared. The Heavenly Mandate Region Master's words were reasonable. The elders were stunned. They all nodded in agreement and did not continue to stop him. Tianyin narrowed his eyes. The Heavenly Mandate Region Master was really reasonable and generous. If they wanted glory but were not willing to give benefits, then who would help the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm to do things? Indeed, everything depended on strength. Without great strength, not to mention half of the core, they would not even give a grain of sand. Now they directly asked for half of it. It was not that the Heavenly Mandate Region was too generous, but that Tianyin had fought for it. Chapter 1056. After agreeing to the request, Nian Xiu personally led him to the Life Sacred Hall to get the core. On the way, Nian Xiu said, "How much do you need?" Although Tianyin said he wanted a small portion, it was hard to say how much a small portion was. "I won't ask for too much, just a moderate amount." Tianyin smiled. He wouldn't ask for half of the core, but he definitely wouldn't ask for less. After all, this was what he deserved. If the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm didn't give it to him, then he could only say goodbye. He was the champion of the Divine Realm's battle to the heavens. He thought this honor was enough for the Heavenly Mandate Divine Realm to give him such a reward. "No problem, as long as it's less than half. You can take whatever you want." Nian Xiu was very confused about what Tianyin was going to do with it, but she still explained, "The core of life can slowly recover and grow, but the surrounding environment can't be too bad, or it won't be able to recover." That's hard to say. Tianyin thought about the situation in the three realms. The overall situation wasn't very ideal. He didn't know if the core of life could slowly recover, but he didn't think about the follow-up at all. He only needed to know if it was effective on the spirit clan. Other than that, he didn't care about anything else. Anyway, if these were all used up, he could find other cores to dig for more. To completely change this situation, the cultivators of the spirit clan had to have a breakthrough and reach the situation where they had planets in their bodies. Then they should know how to change the situation. Nian Xiu looked at him deeply and didn't say much. She took him to the Life Sacred Hall. Soon, they arrived at the Life Sacred Hall. There were many cultivators here. Their appearance didn't attract much attention. Soon, Nian Xiu took him to the bottom floor. Only then did people notice their situation. They all looked over, not knowing what was going on. "How much do you want?" "You can draw it now," Nian Xiu said. Tianyin looked up and down at the core of life in front of him. He waved his hand in the void and roughly drew out an area. "This is roughly the area. It shouldn't be much, right?" Tianyin smiled lightly. Nian Xiu nodded. The area that Tianyin drew was not big, and there weren't many. Of course. He still felt his heart ache when it was taken away. "All right, I'll dig it out now." Nian Xiu stretched out her hand, and a sharp blade appeared in her hand. It looked very unique. "If you want to easily dig out the core, you will need a special weapon." As she spoke, Nian Xiu ruthlessly stabbed the sharp blade in and began to spin and dig. The originally incomparably hard core began to be cut open bit by bit, but it was still rather strenuous. "Let me do it," Tianyin said. Nian Xiu thought for a bit and handed the sharp blade to Tianyin and said, "I'll let you do it. You're stronger than me." Cutting the core required strength. Without a strong physique, there was no way to move it. Tianyin took the life core and pulled it down. Voila! The life core was like a piece of tofu, and a huge hole was pulled down. The cultivators, watching from above, widened their eyes. They didn't know what was going on. They actually started to cut the life core. But since Nian Ci, you didn't say anything, they didn't have the right to say anything. I'm sorry, I cut a little too much. Yi Tianyin felt a little awkward. He thought that he needed a lot of strength, but who knew that if he used a little more strength, he would tear it down? Nian Ci's face twitched. This was the difference between people. She spent a lot of strength to break it open a little. If it was Yi Tianyin, it would be easy and he wouldn't feel any pressure at all. He even tore open a big hole. It's okay, this is within half the range. Nian Ci said calmly. Shortly after, Yi Tianyin continued to cut and dug out a huge piece. It was like a huge mountain. Such a huge thing was quickly kept into the planet in his body. Rich life energy started to circulate in the planet. The moment he put it in, it immediately started to nourish his body. Not bad. Thank you, Elder Nian. Yi Tianyin smiled. You're welcome. You deserve it. Nian Ci, you looked at the huge hole and felt a pain in her heart. She didn't know how many years it would take to recover. Then I'll leave first. Thank you for taking care of me these days. Yi Tianyin was about to leave. He came back to take this life core. After taking it, he could leave and go directly to the Heavenly Spring Divine territory. We should be the ones thanking you for taking care of us. Without you, we wouldn't have received such honor. Nian Ci smiled, her beautiful eyes showing her sincere gratitude. Let's not talk about it. It's too sour. I will come back in the future. This is my first divine territory after all. I have 2 teachers, although they didn't teach me. Yi Tianyin shrugged. Yu Yanglong and the other 2 elders had never taught him before. What qualifications do they have to teach you? Nian Ci shook her head. How long had it been? Most people had been defeated. After explaining, Yi Tianyin left, leaving behind a group of dumbfounded cultivators. Looking at the hollowed-out hole, they didn't know what to say. They had come here to cultivate, while others had come here to take away the core to cultivate. This was the difference in treatment. After Yi Tianyin left, he used the teleportation divine stone to quickly return to the 3 realms. He didn't continue to stay in the heavenly mandate divine territory. After getting the core, of course, he immediately returned to the spirit clan. When everything was settled, he would go to the heavenly spring divine territory. Not long after he left, the void at the edge of the heavenly mandate divine territory started to tear open. However, as soon as a hole appeared, a figure flew out and the hole quickly closed up. When it closed, a huge head appeared. If anyone saw it, they would be scared to death. The heavenly mandate divine territory? He hasn't left yet, has he? The one who appeared here was undoubtedly the divine Emperor Yuqin. Her injuries were almost healed. She had come here to find Yi Tianyin. The one who sent her here was naturally the divine beast of the star region. After circling around, she began to ask questions. After asking a lot of questions, she got the news that Yi Tianyin had already left. Damn it, he's already left. The divine Emperor Yuqin had a helpless look. He shook his head and said, Forget it. I'm just out for a walk. I don't want to stay in that damn place anyway. Chapter 1057. After Yi Tianyin returned to the 3 realms, the familiar air still made him feel so comfortable. There were no changes here. It was still operating according to the previous situation. The only difference was that many cultivators began to spread out to other planets. Since there were no rocks around, there wouldn't be any danger if they went out. There were many planets in the surroundings, and those with high cultivation bases could head there to explore. They could mine ores, materials, or even spirit medicines. These were all quite good things. The materials in the 3 realms were limited, so many people turned their attention to the planets in the outside world. Overall, the situation was developing at a startling pace. There were more and more God King cultivators, which was equivalent to star venerates. From the first one to the current 8 or 9, the overall situation was quite positive, especially under strict management. The three realms were completely unified, and there were very few disputes. Had it been any other time, they would have already started fighting for territory. With someone to unify them, they would definitely be able to settle down and live a peaceful life. Under Shi Shuiyun's management, many geniuses were selected and nurtured. It could be said that it was thriving with each passing day, and there was no need for him to manage it at all. Dong, dong, dong. The sound of knocking on the door rang in his ears. Shi Shuiyun, who was busy, didn't even look up and said directly, "Come in." After saying that, she immediately felt that something was wrong. Basically, he came in to report, so why did he knock on the door? When she tried to lift her head, she immediately felt herself being pulled into an embrace. "Your stomach is so big, yet you're still working so hard. Why don't you rest properly?" A familiar voice rang in her ears, causing her heart to tremble. "It's all for the sake of managing your empire." Shi Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him and lay in his arms. "You can hand it over to someone else. It's not like you have to do everything yourself. Wouldn't that tire you out?" Yi Tianyin smiled. In fact, this was an exaggeration. Shi Shuiyun had already reached the God King stage. It was impossible for her to be exhausted. Even if the intensity of the work was increased by several times, it would not be able to exhaust her. After meditating for a while, he immediately felt invigorated. With such a powerful cultivation base, he was just that willful. "It's okay. I like to do this. Otherwise, there's nothing to do." Shi Shuiyun rolled her eyes at him, but she was very happy in her heart. Then they stayed here for a while. They thought that Shi Shuiyun would give birth when they came back this time, but she still didn't give birth. It seemed that this little fellow was stubborn enough to not bear to come out at all. If not for the fact that there was nothing wrong with the life in his body, he would have suspected that there was something wrong with it. In fact, there was no problem at all, and she was quite healthy. It was just that her growth was relatively slow, and she had not reached the stage of childbirth yet. "How long will you be back this time?" Shi Shuiyun asked expectantly. She didn't know how long Yi Tianyin would be back, but she was looking forward to him staying for a while longer. "Until our child is born." Yi Tianyin wasn't in a hurry at all. He had plenty of time anyway. The heavenly spring divine realm had given him a time limit of 100 years. He had plenty of time, so he wasn't worried. The key was that his child was more important. He felt that his child was about to be born, so he had to stay by his side. Really? Shi Shuiyun was excited. She was also worried that Yi Tianyin would leave again. If he didn't stay by his side after the child was born, he would definitely be very sad. "Do you think I would lie to you?" Yi Tianyin gently pinched her nose. "That's great. At least the child can see his father when he's born." Shi Shuiyun smiled sweetly and leaned into Yi Tianyin's embrace. After a while, Yi Tianyin quickly went to find Yi Qingxian. Yi Qingxian was also busy. It could even be said that there wasn't a day that she wasn't busy. The three realms wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Especially in the midst of development, there were too many things that needed to be done. "You should groom a few more successors," Yi Tianyin said as soon as he entered. "Tianyin, you're back." Yi Qingxian was excited when she saw Yi Tianyin. "Yes, I'm back." Yi Tianyin smiled and said, "Didn't you hear what I said? It's time to groom a successor. That way, you won't have to be so busy." "I'm used to being busy. Some things have to be done by myself." Yi Qingxian shook her head. "Then you'll have to do it yourself. However, I have good news to tell you." Yi Tianyin smiled mysteriously. "What good news? Is the child born?" Yi Qingxuan's eyes lit up. For her, the good news was the birth of Yi Tianyin's child. "Not that. It's the thing I told you last time." Yi Tianyin smiled. "Could it be that you found the vital crystal?" Yi Qingxian was excited. "You can say that. Now, Take me to where you live and make some arrangements. Yi Tianyin said. Okay. Yi Qingxian immediately stopped what she was doing and quickly brought Yi Tianyin to where they had lived. Actually, it was still the same forest. Because of the difference in status, no one dared to come here. They were nostalgic, so after things calmed down, they moved back to the forest where they had lived. They rebuilt the symbolic tower. It was even more majestic than before. When they arrived, they saw many spirit race individuals busily expanding the tower. Overall, they seemed to be in good spirits. When Yi Tianyin arrived, they all stopped what they were doing and came over to greet him. Our king is back. Our king is back. One by one, they came over. He glanced at their expressions and felt that their situation was not particularly ideal. Obviously, they were lacking the nourishment of the vital crystal. Their spirits were somewhat dispirited. However, their cultivation was not a problem. The biggest problem was their reproduction. Elder, our king has brought a solution, Yi Qingxian said excitedly. A solution? Their eyes lit up and they all looked at Yi Tianyin. Actually, I don't know if it will be effective, but I think it will be very effective. Yi Tianyin smiled as he tossed the vital crystal out of his body. It came crashing down with the force of a mountain. With a thud, it landed on the ground. As soon as it landed, a surge of vital crystal surged over and enveloped the entire area. The spirit herbs that had just sprouted immediately began to grow. It didn't take long for them to mature. As for the spirit race individuals, their bodies began to glow with a faint green light when they sensed the surge of vital crystal. They merged with the vital crystal. Both the elder and Yi Qingxian immediately merged with the vital crystal. Chapter 1058. The soaring green light attracted the attention of the cultivators in the distance. Feeling the surging vitality here, they all wanted to come and see what kind of treasure it was. However, because it was the territory of the spirit race, no one dared to come and see what it was. If it was in the past, they would have already come to see it. Who didn't want to come and see if they could get a share of the treasure? Inside the life core, Yi Tianyin saw that everyone was immersed in the life core. The mark on their foreheads began to flicker, which further deepened the condition of the life core. Including Yi Qingxuan's mark, it began to become more and more conspicuous, as if it had been thirsty for a long time and began to greedily absorb the vitality. Yi Tianyin didn't expect that the effect of the life core would be so strong for them. It seems that it can further strengthen their talent. Even Yi Qingxuan's talent can quickly recover. Yi Qingxian gave the Heavenly Eye talent mark to Yi Tianyin before, but it hasn't been restored yet. Now, after absorbing the life core, it began to recover little by little, and the effect is quite amazing. It seems that I need the spirit race's bloodline. It doesn't have any effect on me. He had the Heaven's Eye mark, but the life core didn't have much of an effect on him, unlike the others who could continue to strengthen their innate talent marks. Obviously, this life core is of great help to them, and it seems that it can be further strengthened. Yi Tianyin found a place to meditate, and the others also sat down to absorb the life core. It can be said that the entire spirit race is meditating on the side, as if they have entered a special state. As for Yi Tianyin, he acted as a protector to protect them. With a wave of his hand, a huge barrier appeared in the surroundings, covering the entire area. It immediately intercepted the surging life force, not letting it leak out. After a long time, dazzling light bloomed from their bodies, and everyone's cultivation began to advance by leaps and bounds, like a sweet dew. After being fully nourished, they began to grow crazily. One by one, their cultivation suddenly broke through. Those who were originally at the 6th or 7th layer of Spirit King stage kept jumping, and in one breath, they jumped to the Saint King stage. Those who were at the Saint King stage jumped to the Divine King stage. Basically, they jumped a big realm, which is really scary. The key was that their states were different. It felt like they had fully awakened. Successfully made the 3 realms have 10 God King stage, Star Lord experts. Reward: 50 million EXP, 5 million crazy points, 5 million proficiency. Yi Tianyun's eyes lit up. It seemed that by strengthening the power of the three realms, he would be able to gain quite a bit of experience. This was a pleasant surprise. It was very likely that there would be an enhancement quest, but there wasn't one at the moment. Then he glanced at the astrals around him and discovered that the strength of their bodies had greatly increased. Their souls had also been strengthened, as if they had entered a whole new realm. God's spirit bloodline possesses super strong God's power, able to draw stronger marks, greatly increasing the success rate of drawing marks. At the same time as his cultivation increased, his mental power also increased greatly. Overall, his bloodline power ranked fourth. God's spirit blood pulse. Yi Tianyun was shocked. It was ranked fourth. He did not know what the top three were, but the fourth place had a God spirit blood pulse. They were originally of the spirit race bloodline, but after awakening, they immediately jumped to fourth place, far surpassing the previous divine beast of the star realm. This made him suck in a breath of cold air. He did not expect his subordinates to be such terrifying monsters. Most importantly, they were extremely loyal to him. If he continued to nurture them, the three realms would definitely become an extremely terrifying force. What grade 2 God realm? What grade 3 God realm? They would all be crushed. As long as he gave them enough time and resources, nothing would be a problem. If he transferred them to the God realm and allowed them to undergo the baptism of the God realm, it was very likely that they would be strengthened further. Very good. When my overall strength increases, I will directly control the three realms and make a trip to the God realm. Yi Tianyun's eyes narrowed. Since the three realms could turn into spirit boats and fly, heading to the God realm would not be a problem. However, he had to be careful. For now, he did not want to do so. After all, this was his hometown. He could not let them find out. Soon, one by one, they woke up, their eyes filled with ecstasy. I feel that my strength has awakened, and my cultivation has increased a lot. Me too. My cultivation has increased by a whole realm. This is unbelievable. This is too amazing. If I continue to cultivate, I will definitely be able to break through. All of them were overjoyed. Most importantly, they felt that the life in their bodies was surging. There would definitely be no problem with reproduction. Our king. All of them looked at Yi Tianyun and knelt down, kowtowing heavily to him. Especially that old ancestor. He kowtowed heavily, tears streaming down his face. This was the problem that they had been most worried about. Now Yi Tianyun had really solved it for them. Such a big thing might not last for thousands of years, but at least it could temporarily solve the problem for now. Just this alone was enough. At the very least, they would be able to continue reproducing. Yi Qingxian also knelt down. Needless to say, the excitement in her heart went without saying, and the rims of her eyes reddened. Everyone get up. Since I made a promise to all of you, I must solve this problem. Yi Tianyun raised his hand, and everyone was lifted up. Seeing their grateful eyes, he also felt very gratified. However, this is only temporary. If I want to solve this problem permanently, I will need all of you to strengthen yourselves. He could always find more life cores, but more importantly, he would need to strengthen himself to change everything. This proves that choosing you as the king of the spirit race was the right choice. The old ancestor and the others all stood up, their hearts filled with excitement. All of their faces were full of smiles. Their previous frowns had all been swept away. There's no need to say too many words of gratitude. It's too distant. Yi Tianyun smiled. Then let's put the life core in a good place. It's not the best choice to keep it here. Yes. It's best to put it underground. This way it can gradually seep out, and it will be of great help to us. They immediately began to work, digging a large hole for the huge life core so that they could put it inside. While they were working, Yi Tianyun came to Yi Qingxuan's side and said, "Your bloodlines seem to have awakened and reached a whole new level. Do you feel it?" I feel it a little, but I can't describe it. In short, it's very familiar. My understanding of the sacred glyphs has deepened. Yi Qingxian said after thinking for a moment. Make good use of this. It will definitely explode in the future. Yi Tianyan thought about it and was shocked.